Morning, welcome to the Operations Committee meeting, Tuesday, 24th March. Just before we begin, just a comment. We're all pretty well aware of the current international stage at the moment and the effect that's having, particularly on fuels, bitumen, fertiliser, things like that, which all affect the our area pretty greatly. Testing times really. So just to be assured that our CEO and staff are monitoring that situation, well aware of that situation, and they'll keep us abreast of that if we need to look at any strategy or make any adjustments to cope with this. At the moment, it's a bit of a moving beast, obviously. So we'll leave that one there. We'll start our meeting and morning tea at 10:30, and then lunch 12:30, and we've got a workshop this afternoon. We're aiming for about 2 o'clock, so we'll keep an eye on that. Health and safety, we get any incidents we need to evacuate through the back doors and side door meeting outside St John's. Do we have any apologies?
Apologies from Vince. He's hard at work harvesting. There's an opportunity he may come in, but it will depend on.
Any conflicts of interest? We're recording and we are live streaming. Is there any announced urgent business? I think that was a no. Okay, so if we start the confirmation of our minutes of the meeting on the 17th of February, starting on page 5.
Mr. Chair, can we please have a mover for the project?
We have a mover, Fiona, and second Paul. So we're going through our minutes starting on page 5 for accuracy. 6.
Correction, thank you. First paragraph, bottom of the line, reline, start. Standalone, setback 2 metres from all boundaries, comma. Complies with the building code, comma, constructed, this is the change I'm looking for, and constructed of light timber or metal framing by a licensed building practitioner. The legislation clearly states it's to be signed off by a licensed building practitioner, yet it can be manufactured or produced physically by others. So it needs to be signed, it needs to be adjusted to signed off, not...
Sorry, I just missed where that was.
Sorry, my apologies. Page 6, first paragraph.
First paragraph.
It was discussed at the base, at the first paragraph, it was discussed that the new legislation allows... Yeah, and just at the bottom it says, where it says, and constructed of light timber or metal framing by a licensed building practitioner, is actually misleading to a point, and the point being that it has to be signed off or designated signed off by a licensed building practitioner, but it can be built by a DIYer or the person's unlicensed. It's in the act, it can be done, but it must be signed off, not necessarily physically built by.
So you just want signed off?
I need it adjusted to signed off, not built, not by a licensed building practitioner. That they need to sign the work off. They might not do it, but they have to sign off.
I guess it depends on what information was provided to the council at the time. I'm not disputing the correctness of what Chris says, but is that what was said at the time by the officer? Is that what we've recorded here?
Yes, it was. No, it's correct in its detail. I'm just saying it's incorrect. It needs to be adjusted if it's going forward. Not in this format. Have I done this incorrectly?
Well, I would think that then that's a matter arising.
Okay.
You know, this is the minutes are a true and accurate record of what was said, hopefully. But this is a matter arising from the minutes, Chris, where there's a interpretation issue.
Sure. Makes sense. Sorry, I apologise. I was on the track. Yeah. My apologies. Sorry.
So page 6, page 7. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Okay, now some other corrections. We'll go back to page 5. start for matters of corrections, page 5, and page 6, and I'm guessing there's one coming over here.
Do you want to move? That's a true and accurate record.
Same right, I'm not doing well this morning, am I?
Leave your wheat bits, mate.
Yeah, you probably can.
Minutes are accurate and correct. You're gonna, second it, Tom. So back to page 6, I'm guessing there's a,
Yes, and that's the, I'd like to see an adjustment to the details as previously mentioned that where it says and constructed of light timber or metal framing by a licensed building practitioner. The legislation notes that it's to be signed off by a licensed building practitioner, but it can be manufactured, physically built by others. Is that better? Thanks, guys. Yeah, just so it's noted.
so,
Thank you.
Tom.
Yeah, also on page 6, I wondered if there was any more details about the recovery of the Datascape transition costs because of their failure to deliver modules on time. Details on that.
Yeah, we've invoiced Datascape for that cost. Continuing to track the ongoing cost, and we will invoice for.
Do we have any update on the delivery of the Datascape or it working as expected?
We had a meeting, Scott, myself, and from Kaikoura Council the other day with Datascape, just on those modules and some of the issues that we're encountering with those modules. Things.
7, 8, 9, 10. Just an item on page 10, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th bullet point down, the suggestion around a visit to EcoSort and to perhaps a transfer station. When we had the board here the other day from Waste Management, Jeremy Parker made the offer that if somebody wanted to, or any of us would like to go and have a look up there, he could perhaps facilitate that. So the suggestion was perhaps if it worked out, we might, so we'd leave that with staff to take that one up, perhaps. So anyway, I missed the chance last Monday a week ago.
I think just through you, Mr. Chair, I think there's been a date set to go to EcoSort, but I'm just not sure what that date is at this point. So I'm pretty sure they've secured a date, so maybe we can get that out ASAP. Maybe find that date for us, maybe, and yeah, let us know when it is, and then we can have a visit. I mean, I think it's probably worth noting that, you know, Monday last week probably didn't suit everybody, but the contributing councils all visited Monday a week ago at Cape Valley, but I think it's totally worth us going up there as a team.
Oh, absolutely. I'd say anybody that hasn't had a look, once in your life, you really do need to go and have a look because it'll be nothing like what you thought. Page 11. 12. Or I'm just wondering, item 4.1, is that, do you want to comment on that or would you want to comment on it?
No,
Okay, we'll
I'll
leave that
ask a
now.
question on the compliance section of the operations report.
Thank you. Okay. So now if I could take attention to page 14 and Dan's where I leave, so Hamish is going to take us through the operations report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't have a lot to say. I think the operation report will largely speak for itself. Noting that we're still working with WorkSafe on the vehicle rollover incident, and obviously the issue of mowing across the district where our rotations haven't kept up with the grass growth. That's been a significant issue right across the district, with all our reserves, and we acknowledge that, and we are working with the contractor to try and improve that. But unfortunately, at the same time, we're experiencing high growth. Everybody else is also experiencing high growth, so it's a difficult one to resolve. But we are doing more auditing and reporting and how we get on top of it quicker, because it has got a awareness a little bit. Other than that, I don't think there's much else to comment on that I've commented on by the various managers in the operations team who
Thank you, Hamish. So if we could carry to the table to page 15 to go through our building report.
Everyone, just the building report on page 15. As you'll see there, building work has gone up a little bit in the last month. It was on a bit of a down, but it's sort of increased a little bit. There's no direct pattern there at the moment, but it tends to go a bit up and down occasionally. Yeah, we're still experiencing quite a bit of building work that doesn't have consent, so we're dealing with that on a daily basis, really. So yeah, there's continuing building work for sheds, tiny homes, legal dwellings, that sort of thing, all getting built out in the district, which is coming across our desk due to complaints. So we're dealing with that, which is not easy work. Inspections, there's still about 16% of our inspections failed, and about 20% of them are passed, but not complete. So about 30% all up that can't be passed at that time. On page 16, CCCs, the building consents and CCCs are all 100% on time, or under the 20-day requirement. Regarding the challenges and risks, we're getting close to transferring from our current building consent processing system called GoGet simply into Datascape Build. So we're flat out trying to refine that program to switch over before the 1st July. As I mentioned, the non-consented and non-compliant building work is still happening quite a bit. And we've had one larger structure which we're considering further action on, which will come for you hopefully shortly. Some insights: we do offer a 24-hour house consenting service, which has been around for a while, but it's only really taken about one a month at the moment, which I can't really understand why, because it's probably one of the better services that is offered for processing consents for dwellings. So I just wanted to push that a bit more, make it available. It's available for anyone that's had a designer draw up their house, so we can do that in 24 hours. Yeah, we're obviously trying to provide a service to match private certifiers as well, and they've currently issued 2 dwellings in our district in Amberley. There's also some legislation coming on stream with building control around self-certification of plumbers, drain layers and builders. It's potentially going to be an opt-in self-certification service. So they're putting that through the legislation stream at the moment. And they're also introducing some new legislation shortly about making it easier to consolidate BCAs so they can work together as one or together. But no details of that exactly yet, but that's coming up. That's my building report.
I'll just stop there, Kieran. So on page 15, the CCC, this one you've got average processing time 30 days. That should be 20.
Yes, that is 30 been issued. So I think that's
okay.
100% on time. Yeah, the average processing time, sorry, that's incorrect. Yeah, it's well below 30. It's more like about 10.
Yeah.
Apologies for that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just probably one comment and one question, Kerry, if that's okay. I just want to acknowledge the work. I know, you know, the constituent that lived in the Hurunui village.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And a long historic CCC, you know, we're talking 20 years old, and a lot of work needs to be done. This is the wine cave at behind the Rui Hotel. And your team worked really hard, and I had a few conversations with them through that process, and I just want to acknowledge the team for, you know, this was a really unique sort of situation, so I just want to acknowledge that the work that you did to ensure that threshold was made. So thank you for that. But can I just ask, on page 16, I'm just curious, the private building certifiers. So how do we charge for that if they've gone through a private? Do we just charge them for when we go and check out to make sure the building's up to spec? Is that right? Do we charge for that component? How does that happen?
Through the chair, the private building certifiers offer the same services as we would. The only difference is that they have to apply for a PIN as per normal, so they can carry out the building consent processing and approval and the inspections, and they issue the code compliance certificate. So what we don't, all we charge for is the filing of the information and the PIN. So yeah, they're a completely self-contained standalone entity that can do any range of residential work. Yeah.
So just if I may, so how do we manage the pressure if we, you know, like at least if they start with us, you kind of know that it's on that pipeline, that at some point they'll need the inspection. Do they just come to us when they're ready for that inspection?
Oh, sorry.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, that's through the chair, but they do the inspections. So we don't do any inspections, we don't process anything, they're doing the work that we would have done.
Okay.
So they are you know, offering an alternative service, and they're mainly appealing to housing companies who can operate across the borders at this stage.
Right.
Yeah, so
okay. My apologies, my name
yeah.
Thank you.
Could I ask the self-certifying plumbers and builders, is there some kind of a qualification or you know, a level bar somewhere for that, or how does that one work?
There obviously have to be a qualified certified drainer and plumber or an LVP builder. That's kind of the plan. They're going to have some sort of quality assurance scheme potentially. Have to have some sort of insurance. So there is, and they'll have to comply with the building code. It doesn't mean they can drop their standards, but they will have to. Yeah, it's going to be, liability will be on them 100%. So they'll have to step up, make sure they get it 100%. Otherwise, there's no comeback apart from them. Yeah, for the owner.
Comment through, sorry.
So sorry, I caught all in the corner of my eye. And then
Oh, sorry, if it's on the same topic,
yes.
then I'll
So, comment through the chair. The reason the legislation was altered is to speed up, under the National Party's government's intentions to speed up building processes. That's why the original drafts were continued and placed into legislation, which will be coming through, which Mr. Kerry's mentioning in regards to that. They are autonomous and they filed in accordance. Yeah. Thank you. Paula.
yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair, just through the chair, just on another topic really. But I have done so via email, but I just wanted to formally acknowledge you, Kerry. You're invited to and presented at the Leithfield Community Committee last week in regards to you know, some concerns they had around tiny homes and granny flats, and it was a really succinct and respectful and positive presentation that left everybody with the information that they needed, and a number of people commented on, you know, how helpful that was. So I just wanted to just formally pass on the appreciation for that, and wonder, I guess, with that new, you know, granny flat legislation that's in there, if that was so successful and so helpful from our constituents' perspective, if that might be something that, you know, might be considered by other committees potentially if they have need for it. But thank you very much for that. It was a fantastic way to allay any concerns by feeding information. Everyone left the room more informed.
Thank you.
Thank you. I think I got Steve and then Chris.
Yeah, through the chair, Councillor White has actually made the point that I was planning to raise. I've received very favourable feedback from your presentation as well, so I'd just like to echo that, and it was really well received. So thanks.
Thank you, through the chair. Kerry, can you give us a rough indication, what's the cause of the majority of our failings, or what is the echo behind the failings of compliance with consent?
Through the chair, the failings are basically work that's either not complete or non-complying and that can't be checked at the next inspection. So generally our guys trying to work with trades to keep them moving, but generally the failings are things that they can't be looked at the next time, or they are wrong. So they have to come back and recheck. So yeah, it's probably the fails are probably the worst part of the work. The part's not complete, it's the sort of stuff that's not quite done. They can check on the next one, keep them moving, but the failing is, and often a lot of finals are failed too, because you can't go back at a final, so you kind of have to fail to get a re-inspection. So the good proportion of those are failed inspections as finals are failed. But yeah, it's across the board really, of foundation slabs, pre-roofs, they're all sort of failed on some bits and pieces. So it just depends on whether we can check it on the next one or not, because we kind of encourage that a bit, because then it's taken a bit better and keeps them moving. Yeah.
I have a supplementary question through the chair. Are we seeing most of this work in our new housing, or is it across the board? The issue, sorry, I didn't word that properly, my mistake.
Yeah.
Are we seeing this issue more across the new housing, or is it across the board through renovation and the works?
Is it the increase of work or the failings?
The failings.
Yeah, it's the failings are across the board really. You know, the new work and alterations. Yeah, it's no pattern really. You know, it's yeah, I couldn't really say. Yeah, it's one-time builders, it's housing companies. It's across the board. So there's no real party that you can say gets all the fails. Yeah.
There's no, as you say, no trend.
No, not that I've noticed anyway. Yeah, I could look into that, but yeah.
Thank you, Kerry. Tom had a question, and then
Through you, Mr. Chair. I was just looking at the Datascape challenge and risk, and you've got there that data is going to be migrated from the existing systems to Datascape, sort of major phase. And the next line says Datascape system must be fully operational by the 1st of July. Do we have a plan B if it doesn't migrate and it doesn't work?
Through the chair, yeah, we're working on a plan B as well, because obviously we can step back and go to more basic IT systems. You know, so we have a plan. We're in the process of working on one, but we hope to have an operational system by the 1st of July. It may not have all the refinements that we're used to, but we can improve those as we go on. So yeah, we'll definitely have a plan B in case it all doesn't go well, but at this stage there's progress being made. So yeah, I'm confident that we'll have something in place by the 1st of July. And the reason why we have to get out by the 1st of July is because our current systems is unsupported by then. So yeah, we're going to have a plan B in play by then.
Thank you.
Thank you. Through the chair, I've just got a quick question. I'm hoping it's directed to the right person. I've been approached by a resident living opposite a property that has some temporary fencing and the notice to remedy on the house down Douglas Road, opposite the railway, and whether or not there were any updates. I saw some updates, but whether there's been some subsequent updates as to contact with the landowner and any action.
So I just caution Kerry that we're talking about people's information here, so we just need to be a little bit careful.
All right, thank you. That's fine.
I can just talk generally about dangerous or unsanitary homes, if that helps. Yeah, we do get the odd report of unsanitary or dangerous homes that we can deal with through the Building Act, and that and we can issue formal notices for the owner to do things. So yeah, we've got a number of those throughout the district. They're not ignored. Yeah, thank you.
Fiona and then Chris.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It was just to follow up on an earlier question about the RFIs and the failures. Just across the industry, do we stand out as having a higher rate than anywhere else, or would that be typical across the?
Through the chair, we're pretty typical of the RFIs. We're probably on the lower end of it, to be honest, because we try and ring clients and try and work out over the phone, and we use a little bit of red pen on our plans. Other councils probably wouldn't. So yeah, I think we're probably on the low end of it, even though there's still heaps.
No, good clarification, thank you.
So change the subject a wee bit through the chair, Kerry. The 24-hour consent, great idea. What can we do you think to improve access, making people more aware of it? And what is there any consideration for that at the moment?
Through the chair, I think it's just a little bit more promotion maybe, because it is available to any LBP designer. All they have to do is really apply for a previous PIM, which is no problem, they have to get one anyway. So, and it's for, I must say it's for what we call R1, R2 type houses, straightforward houses. So it's not designed for a hill home or anything like that, but most of our houses are pretty straightforward. So yeah, I think it's just a bit of promotion because it's I think it's a pretty good service that no one else in New Zealand offers, I'm aware of. So we really want to turn these around more quickly for people, and that's kind of what we can do here.
Supplementary, do we have you know, it's a cost charge to use, I'm imagining?
Through the chair, believe it or not, there's no additional cost. So we're putting it in with our normal work program, and we can do it for the same price. So there's even more reason to take it up.
Pretty good deal.
It is a really good deal.
Thank you. Just if that finishes off with the building, just before we move on to the property, just like because the committee, myself going through most of these reports, the format's great, but I found a lot of where we've got figures for February 26 and then year to date, I just find it a wee bit hard to sort of put that in perspective, and I wondered whether there was a feeling whether we could have the month the year before, like February 25 compared to February 26, whether that would be really helpful through all of these reports. Not getting a lot of bids. I'll struggle on if that's the case.
Through you, Robbie, yeah, I also looked at the February 26th and then year to date, and I'm thinking, God, January. My immediate reaction was January must be bloody busy, but then I realised I've got to go back to the
It's just through the road. All of these reports have got that. You can't sort of see. To me, are we ahead of last year, behind last year?
Yeah.
I just couldn't sort of get a bit of scale to it, but never mind.
I'm with you on that one.
Yeah, no, look, I would agree there, it's helpful in ascertaining patterns across the business. So yeah, I'd like to see that if possible.
Yeah.
Thank you.
On the property report, page 17, yeah, you can see that we've been working on a bit of a project there to work out the assets that will be transitioned to the Wisco, some of the free waters assets. So the property team's been busy making a bit of a list of properties that are either be leased, for example. So that's a bit of a project. You can see that the limbs are coming in to a higher degree than where they were in January, which is a good sign that property sales are still happening in the district. The few challenges and risks there. We've got a social housing heat pump small problem at the moment where a lot of them are coming up for renewal, being over to 18 years old and regularly failing. So we're having to spend a little bit more money than we expected on replacing those. We're obviously doing a lot of work on leases and licenses, getting those up to date. A lot of properties, some properties don't have any leases or licenses or any formal agreements, so we're working on those. We're still getting ongoing vandalism at Queen Mary, mainly with windows and break-ins. And yeah, we're also getting some unexpected costs on fence replacements as well, adjacent to reserves and the like. We were having to contribute half of the cost. But in some cases we have something like this, so we don't have to contribute, but most cases it's not the case.
Sure, Steve.
Thank you. Through the chair, Terry, can you just confirm that those incidents of vandalism have been reported to New Zealand Police? And if not, can you give us the assurance that they will be, as we discussed in previous committee meetings here, as noted on the 17th of minutes, that they would be?
Chair, I did look into that last time you asked, and a good degree of the other ones weren't reported to the police. So I've asked them to now do that. So I'd like to think the most recent ones have been, but I'll follow that up again. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, again, Kerry. Again, sorry about this, the Queen Mary vandalism, is it mainly contained, do we know, around weekends? Is there a certain pattern that goes into it? Because, or was it midweek? I'm just trying to ascertain whether it's locals or it's imports doing the work or the damage.
Through the chair, I'm not quite sure when the nights are actually. Are you anything on that, Hamish?
No, I think it's a bit of a spread, but I mean, part of the issue is that it sometimes takes a while to notice. So we're not quite sure sometimes when it's actually happening.
Supplementary through the chair, we do have cameras on the site, correct in saying that or not?
Don't think we have a great deal of cameras. No.
Thank you.
And yeah, just a bit of activity on page 18. Just like to correct one there with the planned maintenance. So we've actually completed 98 of the planned maintenance works, not 9, which kind of looks a little bit better. But we still have quite a few jobs still to do. A lot of those planned maintenance works, there is not no budget for those, but they are still coming up for renewal. So we're not going to complete all those within this year's budget. Other than that, over the page you can see some photos of some works that were carried out, new carpet, hot water cylinder repairs, some new fencing at the wire of the wire recovery village, broken windows and some new fencing. So that's my property report.
Thank you, Kerry. Any further questions for Kerry? Thank you very much, Kerry.
Thank you.
And Charlie, to talk to us about the road report on page 21.
Good morning, everyone.
Charlie.
School teacher.
Yeah. No, the room wasn't there.
Sorry. Right, so yeah, we had a pretty busy month in February. Tidied up the rest of the rehabs. Muttnell Beach was the largest rehab that we finished up in February. I know that we'll remember the pains at the start of that, but now they're long gone, as well as half of the trees. So we're actually going to save some money on gritting that site as well. And I've just come out of some negotiations with the forestry owners, and they're going to harvest that block either side of the road as well. So all going well, that will future-proof that rehab for at least 10 years, which is a really good outcome for us. And the Amberley detour route, after the NZTA detour down Douglas Road, so those repairs have all been completed as well. It says they're expected to be completed mid-March, but they're all tidied up before the end of Feb. And they're all resealed and all done now. So I've got a meeting with NZTA tomorrow to take some money off them, and we're good to go. Looking at our metrics, nothing unusual in those metrics apart from the resurfacing year to date. That number was actually 23.5 kilometres out of 34. So we were 2/3 of the way through the resurfacing program, and that is going to be complete this month. So a couple of milestones out of last month, this month is the completion of not 1, but not 2, but 3 rehab projects, and a fully complete inside construction season timeline for resurfacing program, which is really good for the team. Looking at our budgets over the next few months until the end of the financial year, some early warnings around environmental maintenance. Depending on the type of winter we have and how much grit we're going to apply, we may have some shuffling around to do with some finances, just to cover any gritting that comes up, because we've had to do an extra mow round that we weren't expecting to do due to the growth on the network at the moment. So that mow round's just started. Other than that, there's a couple of other things that are planned that may or may not happen. We have the River Road Bridge scheduled for renewal. The consultant who's been providing the designs has been very delayed, despite a number of chase-ups. We still haven't got consent, so now we're just waiting for consent. So hopefully we can tender that out and get those works started this financial year. But that will be sitting with the capital projects team. If not, then there's a $1.1 to $1.4 million bridge replacement money that we'll have to look to roll over for next year. Looking at all the graphs and pretty graphs, nothing unusual in the trends. February was a little bit busier than it has been recently. Almost 100 service requests came in. That's, we've been sitting there averaging around 40 to 60 for the last few months. So 90 was a spike. Quite a bit of that was the unsealed network, which I'll go into in a minute. But otherwise, nothing else unusual is jumping out on the network at the moment. One of the challenges is the grading program at the moment. We've had two relatively long-standing grader operators. One of them's left. Grader operators aren't a dime a dozen, and they don't come in all shapes and sizes. So there's been a bit of a journey recruiting another grader operator, or the contractors had a journey recruiting an operator. So in that time, we've probably seen the unsealed network take a little bit of a hit by only having one grader on. So we've mitigated that by now we've got 3 graders on. So we only had one for probably a period of about a month. Those hours get detracted from our contract total. So while we've had a lull, we're making that up by having another grader on. So there's 3 graders kicking around. One's up in Waiau at the moment, out in Harden and down here. Looking at Princess Street. So Princess Street was planned and programmed to start at the end of February. Obviously the water team had some challenges themselves, which delayed our start. I think they replaced some more manholes or something similar, but we're into that now. So it's been an exciting project to get over the line or start. There's some people that are very interested in that stretch of road.
Just a note, there's traffic light on Princess Street in Waikato as we speak.
I know.
Quite enough with a tunnel.
So that's quite exciting for the school children.
So obviously that had a slightly later start, which means a slightly later finish.
So the contractor did ask, was he able to start at 5 o'clock in the morning to so he could get through to the resettlement?
Through the chair, the contractor will start at the council approved times for construction activity. Looking at the rest of the challenges and risks, like I alluded to, gritting may or may not pose a more of a financial implication to the team at the moment. It's going to be an unusual winter. It's already cold, and I think that we may have to do some shuffling around with what we're planning to spend on gritting this season. Moving into what we've been up to, the area-wide stabilisation maintenance program, so the additional maintenance stabilising that's been carried out across the network, such as sites like Leader Road, Lawcox Road, Rotherham Road North, and a couple of additional sites on Douglas Road, all programmed to start now. So we've done quite a lot of preparation into coordinating an efficient work program, where we're going to get who to do what type of work, so whether we're going to stabilise or whether we're going to do dig outs. So that's been a relatively lengthy process that's culminated in the start of an additional work program that I don't believe we've ever done in council history, which is really good for the network and should be setting us up really well for the next 10-year plan, essentially. As well as the vegetation program, we've done things slightly differently this year in terms of we haven't done as many side trims. That's probably evident in roads such as Cathedral Road. What we've done is we've focused probably a little bit more on taking trees out where we can and where it makes sense to. And there's been a bit of a trade-off in them working with Main Power to utilise their rates for getting rid of stuff at high volume and low cost, especially when it comes down to negotiating with Main Power. We've got a pretty good relationship with them, and they will quite often only charge us chipper only, or something that basically sweetens the deal for them to get the trees gone. They get rid of a problem, and so do we. But there will be a side trim probably in April. We're going to do it in March, but we've decided to offer mowing, and we'll see how we go when leaf fall happens. And that will be the first side trim this year. But we're going to tack on a bit of a process to the side trim. So where they're privately owned trees, we're going to be negotiating with property owners now, saying, you know, these are your trees, and you should probably maintain them. So there's a bit of work to do in that space, but making sure that we're all on the same page. And looking forwards, early March, we've finished up Leader Road. Clarence Valley will be getting a makeover starting April 13th. It'll be closed for a week. Openings at lunchtime, so I've been talking to some of the bus companies. Essentially what we're doing is a Rotten Rock overlay. So we're essentially reforming on top of the existing. It's like a rehab of a poor man's rehab. And then we'll maintenance metal the entire length, as well as one of the Fords on the Molesworth, and a couple of other little things. There's a bridge to look at on Top House, and so that area of the district will be getting a little bit of love, late March, early April.
So that's at Jack's Pass too, Charlie.
Through the chair, Jack's Pass is the sealed section. Jack's Pass Road is the sealed road.
But going up the hill, what's
Yeah, so the Clarence Valley is the one going up the hill.
It's a disaster at the moment.
Sorry, you said the 13th of April that's starting for 2 weeks. Thanks.
And then, so at the moment, we're working through our intersection remarks. So every 3 years, we run a full network remark. That's every piece of line marking in the district, theoretically, if nothing gets missed. And the years in between, we do the critical, so regulatory, rail crossings, and intersection marking each year in between. So we're partway through that intersection remark, and we're just about to kick off with our third mowing round. Looking through to Kaiwara, you might remember we put the wheelie digger through Kaiwara Road. It was a bit of a shambles. I think there's been some historical not maintained sections of that road. So we spent quite a bit of time going through there and tidying it up. So we will give that again some love this season with the extra money secured from NZTA. Our general bridge inspections have come up, so WSP are working through that now. That's a once in 3 year cycle. WSP at the moment are engaged to go out and complete our bridge inspections. They come back with a list of what we need to do on all of them. And then obviously that work gets either programmed or planned or completed by the controls where possible. So there'll be some work programs that will shake out of that. And at the moment, the guys are up in Hamner doing the raised courtesy crossing at the request of the community board. Probably summarises everything up on the network.
Sorry,
Let's just make a quick comment. So Charlie and I had the pleasure of going for a bit of a drive yesterday to see a roading customer, and Charlie mentioned to me that the reseal program is almost complete. We're in March and the reseal program is almost complete. I cannot remember a year when we've had our reseal program completed in March. I think it's a really credit to Charlie and the team and the work they've done, the structure that they're bringing to our roading program, and also the early work, Charlie, that got done, that you organised on the network to allow that resealing to happen. So, you know, I think Charlie sort of brushed over it as he went through, but it's a big deal to be able to complete resealing in that time frame.
Thank you. Yeah, through the chair. Yeah, thank you, Charlie, and thank you for the presentation there. Just in terms of the sort of challenges and risks that we're facing at the moment, can you give us any insight and can you give us any assurance as to the plan for dealing with the ongoing lack of fuel and the knock-on effect that this is going to have with the roading plan and program that you've got? I'm presuming there's some operational work that's going on that. It'd just be nice to have some insight and assurance around that.
Yeah, through the chair, early comms with the contractor is probably the first place we started. So we started having these conversations last week around what we're going to do if there becomes an issue. We're consolidating trips. So if we're going to Hamner, we're delaying or postponing and trying to conserve fuel now as a team as best we can, because we do quite a lot of Ks. And you know, they're not always we need to go today right the second, and we could probably delay some things. So some work internally is being delayed, and at the moment the contractor is okay with continuing all what we're doing at the moment in terms of our stabilising, our digouts, our grading, but we may pull back on that, and we may stop doing as much. But again, this is early days. And that advice will probably come from the boss earlier than that.
I suspect it's coming very soon.
No, I'm happy with what you're saying. No, I just wanted to say that we are working through civil defence on ensuring that there is sufficient fuel supplies for core services, so water, wastewater, rubbish collection, roading to a degree. So we're making it clear, as is every council in the country, we've been asked to do this work to get that through, so that the government knows how much fuel we need to maintain core levels of service with our ratepayers. So yeah, there's quite a few moving parts, but there's really two drivers in this. There's the availability of fuel and there's the price of fuel. And a lot of our contracts have escalation clauses in them, and we will see contractors starting to claim against those escalation clauses as we move forward.
I think Chris is there with him.
Through the chair, I think CEO might have answered my question. Under our contracts, what's the terms of the escalation advancement they're allowed to use? In other words, how can they exercise it with us? And are we seeing it at this present time?
Through the chair. So our maintenance contract escalates annually. I don't think there is any additional provision in the contract to include FAFs, etc. Our wheelie digger, however, doesn't have that same provision, and they are claiming an additional FAF between 10 and 20% at the moment, which is not a small amount. I mean, the value of the work is small, so I mean smaller. So 10 to 20% of 100 grand is less than 10 to 20% of a million, but still an additional cost that we haven't to bear. But a lot of the independent contractors are now including it as a matter of course.
Supplementary, is there any intention to manage them under their contracts to kind of try to reduce or retain, suppress those overflows without them getting out of hand?
Yeah, so through the chair, I mean, we can pull the pin on the contracts that have those FAFs basically at any moment. We've accepted the contract value and we've just retained it as it's the best thing for the community to do. So I mean, we can wind that down at any point.
Thank you.
I saw some other hands go up here. Tom on board.
Thanks, Charlie, great report. Hamish informed me, but and you as well, I'm aware of this, that we are now using, when we resurface the roads, we're using an emulsion now, aren't we? I've seen on, rather than straight bitumen or tar, I've seen on Facebook people are complaining about this residue that's on their cars. And I have no evidence whether it's factual or not, but it does look as though it's reasonably factual. Is there an issue with the emulsion that we're now using on our roads, and is it reasonably easy to clean if we do get it all over our vehicles?
Through the chair, the complaints that you're seeing is probably from a section of State Highway 7A where they completed some works. And after that, there was a massive influx of people that complained about a residue on their vehicles from, again, some work completed on State Highway 7A. The emulsion that we've used emulsion for years. I mean, we went away from tar in the 60s, 70s, or whatever decade it was.
Hot tar, which was, well, hot spray versus the cold spray that's used now, which has been probably a transition over the last 7 or 8 years.
It's still sprayed hot. So the emulsion is still sprayed hot. And we made that transition a long time ago. And with the emulsion, I mean, yeah, it's relatively straightforward to get off things. I don't and haven't seen any issues over the last 3 sealing seasons around anyone having any issues with any residue from.
So what happened on State Highway 7A, was it just complaining?
Just go through the checklist,
Say again, sorry.
So through the chair, State Highway 7A, that's one we keep hearing about. Was there a technical problem with that, or was it just the people up there thought it was?
Through the chair, I actually don't know. I had Mitch speak to them, and they didn't give him any quantifiable answers as to what it was. But the section of road was that was in question was featured quite highly, and we hadn't done any sealing that was likely to cause any residue at the time of the people complaining. So, yeah, it was a little bit odd.
I think it was interesting to see on the news the other night, stabilising up in the North Island with pine trees from pine. So if nothing else, if you did get residue, it'd smell nice, but it'd be interesting to see how that one goes.
There's been some really interesting trials that have come out. They sell them with the crumb rubber seal. There's lots of interesting things in the road space, but sorry, I don't actually know if I answered the question. No, I don't believe that any of the work that we've done has been causing the issue with the residue. I think it was specifically located around this one incident.
Yeah, I've lost track. There's a couple of hands up over here. There's Pauline and then Chris over here.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through the chair. Thank you for the report, Charlie. You made mention to the rehabilitation and repair to the detour route, Douglas Road, Mount Brown. A couple of comments and questions, I guess. Perhaps this is a good opportunity to clarify to our constituents that the cost is covered by NZTA, not by Honolulu ratepayers. Great. So in regards to that rehabilitation and repair, is that undertaken by NZTA or by our contractors on their behalf?
It was commissioned by us and our contractors.
Okay. So I'm assuming that that work's been inspected and that we're comfortable with the quality.
It has.
Yep. My question, I guess, is also that was quite a substantial amount of repair and rehabilitation work. And we've heard that actually our reseal program is almost complete. But my question is, given that substantial amount of work, what impact has that had on taking our contractors away from other tasks in our network?
That's a great question. It hasn't, because it was a completely separate group. We organised that on the proviso that our contractor could do the work without detracting from any of the other work that we were doing. So it was a completely separate crew that came in to do that.
Right, thank you. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thanks, Charlie. I've actually got a number of questions. Bear with me. First one is specific to Rotherham Road North, which is at a temporary 50 because of the state of the seal. So I'm assuming it's not on this year's re-seal program. Do you have any updates?
It's not on this year's reseal program, but there is sections of Rotherham Road North that are proposed for dig outs later this month.
Yes, but actually resealing that section where the seals become quite smooth. What I understand was that issue with the past product.
So will be dug out and replaced this construction season.
Okay, so it is still on the cards for this season. Bearing in mind the issues we had with Rotherham Road South and the detour, has that been taken into consideration?
It will be under TSL, so it will be under the lights while works complete. So there won't be a detour proposed around it.
Okay, appreciate that. Second question, gritting. My understanding, correctly or not, is that we are only allowed to grit within a certain distance of a sign.
That is correct. Yep, we're between the ice and grit signs.
My issue is there's a number of areas that can quite often have ice that are outside of those areas, so they're therefore not gritted.
That is definitely an issue. I think the answer is we'll grit wherever council wants to grit. but we've got to have the funds to pay for it. So the gritting sites used to be a lot more than they are now. They've been reduced either because we've made improvements, or because we've removed trees, or because we've done some work, or we just simply can't afford it. So the sites that are being gritted are, I guess, a culmination of the last 20 years of grit sites that have been fleshed out in some way, shape or form.
Yeah, I understand that. I guess from a ratepayer's point of view, when they're driving up a road and they see some areas are being gritted that are icy and others that are got ice on them, there are questions raised.
A perfect example of that is the corner of Rampaddock and George's. That's not a grit site, gets very icy. I think we've had an accident there over the last few years, but ultimately there isn't enough money to grit everywhere that gets icy, and there has to be a trade-off somewhere around driving to the road conditions and, you know, what council is prepared to do in terms of accepted cost for gritting, which, I mean, gritting itself on a hard frost only gives you a 15% friction boost. So I mean, whether or not you see the validity of gritting at all, I guess is a whole other conversation, which I definitely hear what you're saying. Grit some and don't grit others. If I have my way with the grit all, but that's not my call.
Yeah, while the truck's on the road, you wonder how much extra it is to do those extra bits, but I guess that's another conversation. It's not so whatever.
It's very expensive to grit.
Yeah, right.
$200,000 to $300,000 a year on grit.
I know there's a lot of running up and down, checking roads and stuff. Third question, sorry. I've brought up briefly with Dan was about these fixing and resealing of, I guess, potholes or slumps in roads. Some of that resealing is only lasting a matter of weeks before there's holes in them. And I understand there's different methodology for resealing different parts. The question, and I know everybody in the community is an expert on road, because they keep telling me that. But the concern is that these repairs are only lasting short periods of time. And I guess, you know, if you're looking at sealing a road lasting 20 years and some of that's lasting less than a month, what I'm getting back is people don't see it as value for money. You know, as a ratepayer, we're paying for repairs that are lasting such short periods of time. And from my conversations with Dan, there is a guaranteed period on that, but I guess it's still a bad look on council, I feel, if these repairs are lasting charge.
Surely, Chair, I would probably issue then a challenge is to bring those sites back and let me know, because our failure rate on our stabilisation repairs and resealing after that is very high. We have such a good success rate. We like 93.8% of our patches don't fail. So I mean, I think this is a little bit of a balance between perception and reality, and our failure rates are minute compared to the work that we do. And if they do fail, they are under a guarantee. So I mean, we've got 2 years under the car and we've got 7 years under the contract. So and the contractor is held accountable for repairs that don't last. I mean, unless there's, you know, some extenuating circumstance, then, you know, the contractor's on the hook for these.
So what's the guarantee period, sorry?
So 2 years for any stabilising, for any of the work that's completed on the ground. But the contractor is obliged to work with us for the life of their contract.
Yeah, I've changed, through the chair, I've changed the direction a little bit. Back to gritting, sorry. Do we have a contractor doing our gritting work, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Do we know what the cubic rate is and how does that compare against the market standards? Are we checking our costings in there?
Through the chair, no, we're not checking against the market because it's in our maintenance contract. And it's not a cubic meter rate, it's a linear kilometre rate.
It's an LM rate. Thank you.
Just a comment, I guess, I had to countersign the one of over the delegation and had a in-depth discussion with our staff member who runs through all those contract pricings. And it was a really valuable conversation for me because actually you know, I was able to question in the answers that I was given, you know, the scrutiny that is applied line by line before that payment is made to ensure we're getting the job that you've just highlighted, I guess, in some ways, Chris, you know. So I was respectfully very impressed with the scrutiny that is actually applied prior to, you know, the funding or the payment of those contract details that you're talking about. So I just thought it was worthwhile sharing here that it actually isn't just a number that's paid off and without a high level of scrutiny before that is made. So just thought it was good for everybody to know that. Yeah.
I could be
My pen's been out too, so I'm going to go through my book very, very quickly. The traffic services made sign cleaning. Does that include some signs are you know, vineyard, or others the historic, the brown ones I've just been looking at, and some of them are looking for around the place. If they're specific to a vineyard or a particular business in effect, do they contribute or do anything then?
Mr. Chair, the brown signs are owned by the people who the brown signs point to.
Right. Just that one. Our metal, sometimes in the past we've had trouble getting metal when we wanted it. If we don't get it off the road each year, are we still producing that amount? Are we growing stockpiles basically?
No, we're not growing stockpiles at all. None of the consents for metal extraction or crushing belong to HTC, and our contractor is not stockpiling.
Right. Okay.
That crushing basically to water.
All right. And then our drainage renewals and things, there was around upsizing culverts and water tables and things. I think at one stage we had 2 wheelie diggers and we parked one up for a period. Is that just leaving a catch-up area with wheelie diggers and some of that stuff? Or?
Wheelie diggers never stopped, so one wheelie digger is still going.
Yeah.
We pulled the pin on the second one when we basically ran out of the resilience money. So we're only using one now, and the amount of money left over will see us through to the rest of the financial year, which will roll us into next year's budget where we can keep them on again.
Okay. And my last marking, vegetation growth. You've said that you're going to be looking at some of that. Presumably, hopefully, that will include Scarborough Valley Road, a lot of trucks sections through there. Okay, any further questions, bearing in mind that it's 10:33 and I was trying to start at 10:30? Thank you very much, Charlie. Appreciate it. So with that, we'll now stop for smoko, 15 minutes. Okay, welcome back. If you go to page 23 and welcome Alex to the table to go through our water operations and assets.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning, everyone. As usual, I'll speak to the Two Waters operations part of the dashboard. Starting off with a summary, another month of, I guess, strong performance by our plant as well as the team. Everything is going according to plan. Looking at the key metrics that we monitor, there is nothing out of pattern there to report on, maybe with the exception of the P1 alarms, where some issues at our Duffs Road pump station have caused a slight elevation in the alarms that we reported. In total, across the network, there were 9 reports of complete loss of supply, so that's when customers have absolutely no water. Majority of those were on our restricted schemes, and usually water leaks or pump station failures are the main causes for those. On top of that, we had 7 outages, and 3 of those were planned and on-demand schemes, mainly relating to pipe replacement work in Colburn, and 4 were in restricted schemes, which were unplanned, and the average restoration time for those restricted outages was about 7 hours. Looking at the rest of the metrics, there's nothing really there that's was highlighted. Moving on to our challenges and risks. We've been experiencing higher than expected chlorate concentrations in a couple of our supplies, and typically these are where the heaviest chlorine dosing happens. And for us, these are Balmoral and the Blythe supplies, and that's due to the water quality at those supplies. What we think is happening, although this is still under investigation, what we think is happening is possibly the batch of chlorine that we received from the supplier is slightly degraded, and so may have been exposed to heating during transport, which accelerates the forming of chlorate in the chlorine. So what that means for us is we've experienced a couple of results which were above 50% of maximum acceptable values. And now what that in turn means for us, again, is we have to do some further sampling. So rather than doing 6 monthly or yearly periodic sampling, we now have to do monthly, which essentially requires us to closely monitor those supplies. So we're doing some changes and trying to get that under control, because there's so many different variables and we've got quite a large storage of chlorine. It'll take us a wee bit of time to figure out what was the likely cause for this. We've approached the suppliers of the chlorine. They do an analysis on a batch of chlorine drums, which go out across multiple, obviously, customers, but they don't monitor each and every single drum. So it could be just a rogue drum, or it could be some, a larger issue. We've thought about getting the chlorine tested ourselves, but unfortunately our supplier or our laboratory won't test concentrations of chlorine that high, so you need specialist testing. So what we're trying to do is we're trying to change things operationally to see if that will work before going down that hard route. Moving on to Kowai, we continue to experience higher than anticipated iron and calcium buildup, which produces, I guess, almost like when those materials precipitate out of the water, they almost form like a coagulant that sort of floats on top of the water, and in our raw water tanks, it causes water quality issues. And as it sort of accumulates in those tanks, we periodically have to do heavier maintenance. So we have to drain the tanks and clean them, and we have to do heavier maintenance on our UV equipment than initially planned. So during our long-term planning process, we develop our resource pool based on expected maintenance on those UV systems, and elsewhere for us on a similar type of plant, it's probably a monthly type of maintenance, and Kauai here, it's a twice per week. So it's the source water quality there is quite poor, and I just wanted to highlight that again to the committee that we are struggling a wee bit with that particular plant. Just another point of note here, we had a really interesting case where our water treatment operators will travel from plant to plant, and every quarter they will try to fool the equipment inside the plant and simulate could be a dangerous condition such as no chlorine, or they'll simulate faults with the UV system, and then they will monitor the plant and allow it to shut down, and then they will monitor all the alarms being sent out to the operators to make sure that all the equipment is ready to highlight any sort of dangerous situations in our water supply. And this is, I guess, the first time where one of our plant didn't shut down on a low chlorine situation. I won't dwell on the cause of the fault, and it was quite complex and took us a wee while to figure out what had happened there. But for me, it just highlighted the importance of our routine maintenance program, even though sometimes it really seems that we're just, doing the same thing over and over and over again. And it's, even me, I sometimes question, do we need to do this often? But this was a really, really good case where if we weren't doing that program, potentially a dangerous situation could have been missed.
Alex, could I just go further on? Kauai, how big an area is that going over? We've got a new board down Ridge Road, I understand. Is that whole area, like how far geographically, what kind of area are we getting that from? Is it more than just the Kauai board?
Mr. Chair, are you referring just to the source water itself, or is it?
This problem with the I understand. I think even in the Village Green with the shallow bore, they've got, they're still getting browny water or irony water.
Yeah. So just to elaborate a little bit on the problem there, so we have a number of bores all around the Amberley area, which have quite high iron concentrations. So we've got an old bore out of Mays Well, which is largely unused. So that's got high iron as well as manganese content. Our Leaffield Beach bore has got elevated iron. Kauai plant itself has got 3 bores, and all 3 bores at varying depths. All 3 of them are quite high in iron as well as calcium or hardness that we. So the council did approve a plan to construct a water softening plant. We're working through that now, and the design of that plant is going to be focused not only just removing the hardness but also iron. So because unfortunately what happens is once they precipitate out of the water, they mix. So it'll be quite difficult to construct a plant that can only treat one thing and not the other. We're working through that at the moment. It's quite a complex plant design, and obviously, as you can imagine, with anything more complex than initially anticipated, it relates to high costs. That's what the team is working through at the moment to try to bring it back to the committee for some further decisions.
Look, gee, lit up. I think it was Dave and Steve and Chris.
Not that I'm a water engineer. From past experience, there was a very clever fellow on the north side of Amberley. We had problems with bore iron levels of 13.5 parts per mil in my bore in my previous life in the Wairarapa. And we aerated it through, not the normal dairy ones on a tank, because we were 40 litres a second. And we got it down to under one part per mil. Example is you'd end up with your toilet's totally brown, your pilot's totally brown. once we done it through the pond, an aerated system through a pond, no pivots were marked, no toilets were marked. And I just get concerned when it's very complex, taking the iron out of it and expensive, because we went down that path. And I can't remember, it's going to be thousands upon thousands. And Mr. Vandenbosch came up with a system that was pretty much taken up and real simple. So, you know, I could show you photos of it. It was just aerating it through a pipe into a pond, spraying up in the air. Yeah, the bottom line is it was relatively inexpensive.
I need to take that on board. Steve?
Show you some photos.
Yeah, thank you, through the chair, thank you, Alex. Just in relation to the water softening plant and the work that you're ongoing there, and as already been pointed out, the challenges around that. Do we have any timeframes around that as to how that's tracking or where we are in that?
Sure. Through Mr. Chair, I don't have a timeframe for when that design is going to be completed and when it's going to be presented back to the committee. What I can tell you is where we're at the moment. So in order for us to be able to design a water treatment plan that effectively works for the community long term, we need to take into account all the sources that we have, and we need to work out a range of operating conditions, because if we design a plant, let's say we run one bore quite heavily at the moment, and in the future we need to run 3 bores or 4 bores quite heavily, the design parameters or the water supply parameters change quite a bit. So what we've initially been waiting for is for the Webb's Road bore to be drilled. So that's been installed, and we've once a bore is drilled, the water quality is not the same initially until you run the bore consistently. So we've needed to have that work happen and the testing to be done. Then we need to do a whole bunch of tests where all the bores are mixed together and a composite sample is analysed. So that work has been done now, and that's gone away to the consultants for them to look at what sort of plan needs to be built. So it is unfortunately a slightly more complex exercise than initially thought, and that is because as we found the new bores that we've installed down in Kauai, the water quality there is progressively worse, not better. We anticipated that the longer we run those bores, the better the water will become, which is quite typical for a deep water bore, but that's not been the case then.
Just on that, Alex, the softening plant's programmed into the long-term plan. What year in the plan is the money in?
It is this year.
So it's an active program.
Yeah.
Alex, you say it's getting worse. Does that suggest that it's coming from upstream, like it's the problem areas are where the land from there?
Mr. Chair, we have source water risk management plans which highlight exactly where I guess where the water comes from. I can't remember off the top of my head exactly where those aquifers are, but I can certainly come back and have a look.
Thank you. I had a question for Chris.
Yeah, thank you, through the chair. My understanding is, from experience, the moment you add iron water to chlorine, it pretty much goes poo brown, pretty much straight away. That's part of the reason we're having it, is that transition, that's been causing the problems in the tanks that you mentioned, that reaction. Is that my understanding of what you're referring to? Having seen 150,000 litres when we accidentally put chlorine to it of water and watched the whole thing within an hour turn into we got quite a shock. I learned a lesson that day, but I'm asking, is that the problem we're having?
Yeah, through Mr. Chair, yeah, pretty much. Yeah, so as the water supply gets oxidised, the iron, which is soluble in a soluble form, becomes insoluble and precipitates out. So we end up having residue, which is the particles of iron, which end up mixing with the calcium, and they just float or suspend. They become partially suspended in water
Supplementary, so that would be,
Just, sorry, clarification on that one, if we, is that what?
oh wait,
So this is the raw water tank that we're
Yes,
seeing the ion
yes.
precipitate, and it's the oxygen, not the chlorine that's causing, so the chlorine's injected in post the raw water tank. So this is the oxygen that's causing the ion to precipitate out.
so Mike, sure, thank you. Through the chair, my understanding was the chlorine also engaged, created that, that was our experience. When the chlorine engaged with the high ion that created that, and then our consultants informed us that that was the cause of it. Just with that in mind, whether I'm right or wrong, will the water softening plant help that by any chance? The process that we're discussing spending this money on?
Yes, through Mr. Chair. So chlorine doesn't cause it. It is a contributing, as mentioned. Yeah, it's certainly it's an oxidizer.
Yeah.
So yes, it does contribute. In terms of the water softening plant, the water softening plants can be designed to treat both the hardness and the iron.
Under supplementary, I apologise. Are we going to pursue that for the co-op, get both areas taken care of with this, with the design, which is still waiting on?
Through Mr. Chair, there's what's currently in the plan is to work on those on removing both the iron and the hardness, not just the hardness as initially planned.
Brilliant, thank you.
And I'm sure you've got a good panel of experts looking at it. Dave, did you have your hand up?
Through the chair, probably supplementary is, you probably didn't make it very clear. So your iron is a problem in the bore. So if you can take the iron out by oxidising it in the air, then you take the water out of the pond. You know, and that's that. As I said, we took it from 13.5 parts per mil down to. You know, I'm sure you've got the experts doing it, but it was quite revolutionary what we've done, and there's a bit of technology in the South Wairarapa just shot round the whole, everyone was doing it because they'd have absolute problems with getting iron out of their water for cow sheds. So, you know, I'm just saying I need to send you some photos, but I'm sure you've got experts, but I know you can get anyone like these outfits and they want to spend your money.
Mr. Chair, I think I mentioned in a previous meeting, this council has already trialled a system like that. So at Kauai, I believe back in 2010, an aeration tower has been installed to try to get rid of the iron in that sort of manner. So essentially, it's a tower which allows the water to be oxidised through the air. You pump the water out of the bore through a tower. And then it sort of runs down platelets which allow the water to be aerated, and they did not work very well for this particular supply.
This was going out through a pipe vertical and into the air, and yeah. This might be worth a discussion if Jared Van den Bosch is still living in the house north of Amberley, have a discussion with him. That man has saved me hundreds of thousands of dollars over years.
Okay, thanks, Alice. I think we better step back at the governance level and leave the experts to it.
Sure. Carrying on from that, in terms of our plant compliance, all the plant that has received upgrades has met all the compliance requirements, with the exception of Balmoral. If there's no questions on water, I'll move on to wastewater. Wastewater routine maintenance program has continued quite well. So a couple of challenges last month. One was caused due to by a fitting failure at our Stakeholder 1 pump stations, and on page 26 there's a couple of photos of the guys working well into the night to try to resolve that issue. So that issue is being resolved. And then we continue to experience some issues with either contractors unknowingly damaging our pipe, or sometimes property owners. So there's a photo on page number 27 of a pipe being damaged by a fence post, and then the same pipe repeated. Our CCTV program around the district is progressing quite well. It is highlighting quite a few areas of, I guess, cracked pipes and defects within our wastewater network. And what our current plan is to essentially identify or highlight problem areas within our reticulation network, and then compile those issues into a repair program or a renewal program through the long-term plan. So there's been a couple of townships completed already, and as you can see from the photographs there, there's a couple of properties that are being inspected now in Hamlet Springs. So the photo on the left there shows a blockage that's tree roots growing through the pipework. So for something like that, we don't just leave it, of course. If the issue can be resolved or fixed in the meantime, then what we have is our CCTV program highlights the issue, and then we've got a jet cutter or a root cutter that comes in behind our CCTV operators and fixes those issues. But the long-term fix for something like that is unfortunately either lining pipes where it's able to be done, and probably in most cases it's replacement of our pipeline. Stormwater wise, there's not really a lot to report. Everything's going well. Our stormwater spraying program is about to get underway again, and hopefully tidy up all the areas before we see winter.
I was going to ask the stormwater around concept design and project scoping at the old animal park at Hanmer. A couple of years ago, there was issues around paper road through there, Cheltenham Road. Is that all interlinked? Is that all where all that water and things go?
No, we're talking about the old animal park site, not where it's going now. No.
Okay.
Chair, yeah, so this particular design is more around two subdivisions being built a few years apart, and unfortunately there was an interconnecting drain that was missed between the two subdivisions. So that project is just to construct or improve that interconnecting drain, mainly around the capacity. Any more questions?
Through the chair, how are we going on our ongoing wastewater management network repairs? How are we looking at that? Is it all up to pace, or is it an ongoing issue continuing?
Through the chair, sorry, would you mind clarifying the question?
Ongoing wastewater maintenance network repairs, how are we going with that across the areas? We're all up to date with those, other than the obvious replacement work. Everything seems to be okay in that area.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, yeah, so we have got the CCTV program, which is in place for us to get a better understanding of where the issues may lie in our wastewater network, because Purunui wastewater network is largely a gravity type network. So with gravity networks, those issues don't surface like they do with, for instance, our water supply. So the only way we can make meaningful, the only way we can understand what the pipe condition is like is actually looking inside the pipes. So this council approved a CCTV program as part of the last long-term plan. So that CCTV program is now in place, underway, and we're highlighting or identifying these issues. And what they look like is again on page number 27. And if we're highlighting those areas, some of them can be fixed immediately. It's not really a fix. We can treat I guess the symptom, but the larger issue is being compiled for a larger replacement program, which we're looking to, I guess, introduce through the next long-term plan.
Okay, makes sense. Thank you.
Any further questions for us? Thank you very much, Alex.
Thank you.
Answered quite a few questions this morning. So now if we could go to page 28 and ask Andrew to go through his compliance report.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. On page 28, so I've just noted it's been a reasonably, just a steady month in compliance with our notable peak and special licence volumes, such as just coming through. Now, we generally issue about 100 special licences a year, and through December, January, February, I think we've had 43 applications for them, so that's just through that. Wine and Food Festival and AMP show with us multiple stalls and things with special licences, so it's responsible for a lot of that. We've had 2 dog attacks in February, and we've also had our first 2 dog attack reports go to our internal decision panel to get that process going. Let's skip down to the challenges, if that's all right. I know because we wrote this at the start of the month that we've sort of increased media attention nationally might mean more sensitivity, more scrutiny, more attention on dog control incidents. And since we wrote that, we've seen an announcement from the Minister that the Dog Control Act will be completely reviewed, and we've also experienced some significant scrutiny on the dog attack incident that we've had that's just been going on the last couple of days, including the local MPs taking an interest in it. And so the scrutiny is definitely there, and the interest in the public is definitely there. Yeah, and alcohol licensing. So we just had from moving to our old system and having a temporary spreadsheet system in place and getting our data into Datascape. Unfortunately, we previously for years and years have sent out reminders to licensees around the time that their alcohol licenses are expiring and they need to renew it. And we had continued to do that, but we unfortunately missed a couple of sending reminders, and a couple of licensees missed that as well. So that meant that their licenses had expired and had to start with a new one, which is a bit of a pain for licensees, because when you have a new one, it's a 1 year and there's no way to work around that. So it's just a little bit of angst. We're pretty happy that we've got the system working now. It works a bit differently than before, but we think we've got that in hand, so we shouldn't have any more that don't get reminders.
Andrew, did you have a question?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I was happy to wait until after you finished your presentation, but just because Mr. Chair has stopped you there. Like you mentioned the potential review of the Dog Control Act. And a couple of weeks ago, I had an inquiry email from a constituent, which I did forward to all other councillors, and I've had a conversation with the CEO in regards to the new tenancy legislation and how that might interact with our dog control bylaw. And my thought at the time was, knowing that the Southwood Community Board have initiated a review of our bylaw or parts of it, as part of the process of consultation and consideration of dog park locations. I thought that perhaps might encompass it, but the CE informs me that the intent through that process was just to look at the specific aspects that might be impacted by dog parks. So I guess the question to you, to the CE, to the room is, will we look at a more fulsome review of our dog control bylaw in relation to those changes to the tenancy legislation, or do we have an appetite for that, or are we now waiting for the changes to the Dog Control Act before we would look at doing such thing?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair. So because of the potential for a dog park, there was the potential to need to do an amendment to the bylaw around changing the areas, and from we did a bit of research into that, and it did look like that in order to do that you had to go out to consultation on the thing anyway. There's also 2 other areas that if we were making amendments to areas, that the mapping of the Amberley Domain dog control area and an update to the Eastern Reserve status would probably be worthwhile doing at the time. So I think it would be worthwhile to look into whether you go to a full review that was my thoughts before we had this announcement of review of the whole act. I suppose it depends how quickly they move. So it's currently, bylaw was done in 2018 and it's has a 10-year life and it's due for review in 2028. It'll be a matter for the policy team probably to decide whether they can bump that up their work program, bring it forward. To me, it's probably sensible to try and do the whole lot at one time, but if the Dog Control Act review is well behind the dog park planning, we might have to do it. We might have to do something in order to just make sure the dog park's all above board.
Supplementary, if I may, Mr. Chair, through the chair. So there'd be a potential for us to look at what we need to in relation to the dog parks, and potentially could we look, rather than doing a full review, is there a potential for us to look at the interaction between the tenancy legislation and and our bylaw, rather than doing the full suite?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I think because the changes that were required through the tenancy thing is around the number of dogs. Like the request is a suggestion that we look at having a limit on the number of dogs someone can have in a property. I think you'd probably do that as part of a full review because it's fairly fundamental for us, and because at the moment you'd have to be really careful around obviously rural properties, lots of dogs, don't want to catch them up in it. And at the moment, the way our dog policy and bylaw are set up is we don't actually make a distinction in category between rural dog, urban dog. So you have to bring in all of that. So to me, it makes sense that it's sort of you do a full review. And I don't think in the past, I had a quick skim of the notes from the 2018 review and we didn't go into how does this particular piece of legislation, because it's a little, I won't say far-fetched, but it's a little bit on the periphery of what you would think about when you're doing the Dog Control Act, the tenancy legislation. But although it does make sense, and it's in the suggestion that we've had. I think a full review of it's the best way to deal with it, and I'm unsure what the best timing for a full review is now in light of the whole act being amended.
It's kind of interesting watching the different interests at play in this and the politicians' movement on it. So on one hand, they're changing the Tenancy Act so a tenant can have as many dogs as they like on a property without the landlord being able to control that. But at the same time, they're saying, "Oh, we need much tighter controls on dogs." So they're speaking with the Fork Pung on this sort of thing, and leaving it for councils to try and manage it. It's very common in New Zealand for councils to put a limit on the number of dogs per property. So it is very common. But by the same token, there are often legitimate reasons why people have multiple dogs, and so you need carve-outs in order to deal with that. And the more carve-outs you have, the more difficult it is to actually come up with something that's coherent and enforceable. So it would be something that we would need to give a lot of thought, hence Andrew's view that it would be part of an entire review of the bylaw. And the question is, do we want to do a complete review of the bylaw, knowing that there's an intention to change the legislation anyway, which is going to probably require the bylaw to change again. So I guess from my perspective, while I have some sympathy for some of the issues at play, the idea of a complete review of the bylaw at this stage isn't that appealing, given that it's due for review in 2 years anyway, and the legislation may have settled by then.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. So can I just clarify then, in that case, you'd be recommending that we just review the aspects that are needed in order for the dog park proposal to move forward?
Yeah, but yes, I would, with the caveat that if the dog park takes longer and the legislation catches up, then that will change my view. So it's really about the nexus of multiple factors at a point in time, and when we push the button in that regard.
And I guess that will come via strategy and policy. Thank you, appreciate that.
Andrew, nice to see you. Just, I'd like to speak, through the chair, I'd like to speak to the room on this a little bit. I've looked into it, passionate because I breed dogs on the side. Reason I'm mentioning that is that I think, and I echo what the CEO's mentioned, presently we're going into an election period with national government's decision making. A lot of it won't really feature through to 2027, whichever way the election finishes. I think it would be wise in us to perhaps look at driving forward to do changes, because I agree with Councillor White in regards to the way that the tenancy agreements allow persons to have multiple dogs and a lease, which I think is a bit of a, I think it's a hole that's been left in the legislation. It hasn't been thought through properly. And I think it would be wise to sit tight until we've got some reasonable direction so that Andrew and his team can get a proper hold on it and be able to use the legislation draft better and save the council time and money. That's just my view that I've spoken to the room. Thank you.
Andrew, we move back onto the alcohol now.
Thank you for that.
That's why I stopped there. I was just looking at- I had a question. Where were the notices when said? I'm presuming there was no penalties involved for people there.
Mr. Chair, not explicitly a penalty, but it does work out not so good for them because they end up having a new license that lasts for a year and then they have to renew it again, whereas they would have had a 3-year under a normal renewal.
But there was nobody being fined for not
No,
having one or something like that.
nothing like that, but it's just a little bit, there is a cost to the licensee for having to do it, and then do it again in a year.
Thank you.
Through the chair, we're under no obligation to chase them for this, are they? It's on their board to
Yeah, although we do sympathise because the same thing with, I walk past the registration label on my car every day, but I don't do anything about it until someone sends me a letter. So we totally understand that through years of sending reminders, it's reasonable that people become reliant on the reminders. But yeah, that is not our obligation.
Thank you.
I'll just probably flag, and so we have an obligation to do camping ground inspections under the camping ground regulations, and we sort of generally work through those over summer. So in February we went through 7 campgrounds and mostly good levels of compliance. The regulations are quite prescriptive in some matters that aren't obviously sort of health issues, so we tend to take is it generally compliant point of view rather than have you painted a line on the edge of every single campsite view. But one of the key matters that we've been speaking to campgrounds about is particularly, so we've got about 5 that are on private water supply. So following issues with private water supply at one campground last year, just making campgrounds aware of their obligations to register with ROI by, I think it's 2028. And also just making sure that they have got a treatment plan in place for their water system. One of the things that we've got a toolkit to give them around guidance if they do get any sample results that show the E. coli transgressions, and we're just in discussions about whether we want what we want to do in terms of receiving routine sampling results from those campgrounds. It's sort of slightly beyond our scope to insist that they're given, to come out and say, well, you give us a result monthly is not something that feels within our remit to do, but perhaps they might supply the results in line with whatever their management plan requires them to do sampling wise. And just so because our obligation is to be satisfied that there's an adequate supply of potable water at a campground. So what do we need to do? That's what we're working through, and to continue to be satisfied. Pole barrier inspections are essentially, they're finished now. There were 4 sort of serious non-compliance, like not having a fence at all. And with those, we've issued notices to fix for those now. We've got 1 unsanitary building notice which has been issued for our house, and we've had to take the step of getting some, just putting some hoarding up to stop access to that property, and we're having great difficulty getting any response from the property owners at all at the moment. So we're looking at next options for that. That will either be a Building Act or a Health Act response, depending on which one is the right tool.
Is that something that down the track comes on to us to enforce, or does it go to other authorities?
Mr. Chair, it will be ours if we take that action. So we're sort of looking down that track as well to see what the end result or the best end result could be.
And once again, I'll just caution you to be careful in your questioning. This is someone's personal property, and eventually if we're having to take legal action of some sort, I don't want any questions pre any decisions in that regard.
Mary.
Just a question back at the pool safety, so the 4 notice to fix, what was the 2 million, how long do the property owners get to actually fix and we re-inspect and hopefully get compliance?
With a notice to fix, it's always a month before they've got to comply within a month. With pools, the good thing is that you can comply by reducing the amount of water in your pool to under 4 mils. So where it's like one of these that I know about is a pool that used to be with a house that no longer has a house with it, but there's still a pool. So it's, what do you do with this? It doesn't make sense for a flash new fence around it. It's arguable that it's not a residential pool anymore because there's not a residence next to it, but there still is on the same property. So yeah, a month and then we re-inspect. But I imagine a lot of the solution will be people drain their pools where they can without damaging their pools.
And that's an acceptable solution. And how do we manage that at the beginning of next swimming season? You know, do we, yeah.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair. So the default is a 3-yearly inspection, but where there's pools that we know are not compliant and they've only complied by draining them, we sort of have a view to then re-inspect them again because obviously they naturally will fill up. So it's up to the owner to they sort of have to manage that water level. I mean, this is not the ideal solution to it either, but it's probably the practical one that people will do.
Well, thank you for having at least to be able to circulate back. I think that's.
Chris,
I drag back to the warned by the CEO to be aware of the insanitary building. I won't be breaching anything there. I just need to ask a question. When it comes to the Health Act, do we take into mental health as part of the discussion with the owner, tenant, landlord, whatever?
Through you, Mr. Chair, our Health Act obligations around like, so is the situation that we're dealing with likely to cause a health nuisance? And in this kind of scenario, we're really looking at how the state of the property might impact. In this case, it's other neighbouring properties because the place is vacant and it's also being accessed by strangers, kids, youth going in there. So in this case, not applicable, but in the usual. So we think about that when we're dealing with things like hoarding situations as well, which are obviously almost entirely around someone's mental health, not around the actual physical situation. So it's always in our mind. It just depends on the situation that we're dealing with.
Thank you.
Great.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through the chair, could I just ask for some clarification? If I take us back to the alcohol section, which is paragraph 1 on page 29, just down to the reliance on a courtesy reminder is understandable. Shouldn't it be termed an invoice as opposed to a reminder? It is an invoice that's sent at that point, isn't it?
No, you're through, Mr. Chair. Not anymore. This is one of the process changes that we've had to make. It is actually a whole application that's required. So it's not just pay the bill.
Right.
And the way we used to do it is we'd send them a letter and an invoice to pay their new application fee, and they'd make an application and pay on the invoice. Can't do it that way anymore. We send a more generic reminder, and in due course it'll actually be really good because the online portion of our new system is nearly ready from what I understand, and hopefully we can send a pretty generic reminder and say, hey, your alcohol license is due to expire and you can jump on the portal here and put your application in. Might be.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
So upcoming activities, I think there's one to be aware of there is that we're required to collect this new levy on behalf of MPI from food businesses and remit it to MPI. That's been in place all of this financial year, but we haven't actually sent it out yet. Again, just getting our heads around being able to get the invoice in just right. So that'll go out shortly along with some compost material that MPI has provided to go out. This was one of those, so this is an additional charge on food businesses that's on top of their registration fee and on top of the verification fees that we charge and that we essentially have to collect and remit to MPI. We've decided to separate that from the registration charges to make it clear that it's an MPI charge, and also with a food business, if you don't pay your registration, you essentially have to stop trading. If you don't pay your levy, MPI will eventually chase you for the debt, but it doesn't affect your ability to trade. So we wanted to make sure there's a separation there.
For you, Andrew, is it just a rough idea of how much that food business levy is? Is it based on per business, or is it based on volume or turnover, or?
Through Mr. Chair, it's based per site, so per site that you have, and it's a graduated over 3 years charge. So this year, $66, and on top of that, council's entitled to charge up to $11 for the administration costs of doing it, and then next year $99, and then the following year $132. This was one of those consulted on by MPI and very strong opposition to it, and also very strong opposition from council saying we don't want to do this on your behalf, but it was rolled out as it is.
And could I ask around the workshop, Lord Pegasus bylaw, just where that one's at too? I'm aware that the local group's got more funds in an area to do down Ashworth, and they're all coming to that.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, the bylaw is, the review's happening at the moment. I think it's a workshop. I think it might be the 2nd of April or somewhere around 2nd or 7th of April. And from what I understand, so the led by the policy team, I'll be here from my team to speak about what we're doing. The Ecan Rangers will come to speak, and Waimaka Areas bylaw related people will come to speak as well, because we've got a strong interest in what we're doing cross border on the beach there.
Okay, that's great.
Great, I'll move on to waste and recycling.
Waste and recycling.
There is no transfer station, particularly Amberley. We're continuing to see strong numbers through there, so busy, especially in the mornings. We noticed that Wednesday mornings got busier, perhaps after we closed on Tuesday, and Saturday morning was particularly busy. Volume wise, we're tracking slightly lower in terms of overall waste volume than last year. So we're at 2,567 tonnes so far for this year. At the same time last year, we were at 2,699, so about 139 tonnes below where we were. That's good, because we set a performance measure in there of 3,877 as a max. And last year we were over that, and this year we're tracking to be bang on, hopefully just below it. Bit of a tricky performance measure, because ultimately we don't have a whole lot of control over how much waste ends up coming out. We've noted that we still have an ongoing challenge with sort of misuse of the 24/7 recycling bins, and also with litter bins. Litter bins is always I think it's a bit of a controversial discussion, because at the end of the day, I would rather someone's rubbish was in the litter bin than somewhere else. But we would like to encourage people's household waste to come to the transfer station or use the curbsides collection, rather than be jammed in the top of the litter bin.
Thanks, Andrew. I think I've got a question coming from Dave.
Through the chair, Andrew, or to the committee, ongoing misuse of recycling bins. Why don't we take them away? If it's ongoing, they can recycle at home, and bins, there's lots of councils that are taking bins away, and it still haunts me that these bins are 13,500 per bin to service. So is there a cost of these recycling bins? What can you give me a cost of what these recycling bins that aren't actually working, what they're costing us?
Yes, Mr. Chair, So the ones we're talking about are the ones that we leave outside the transfer station while it's.
Yeah,
while it's
transfer
closed.
and the one at Amberley Beach, but I meant to be for recycling.
Amberley Beach is a litter bin. There is a contract cost to them going out every morning and grabbing those bins, but I can't remember it off the top of my head. I probably wouldn't be able to say it in a public meeting anyway. But but yeah, there is a cost that's specified in the contract, so it does exist. And it is one of those things we've discussed on several occasions is, do we continue to offer those bins out there, or do we seem to have success if we just say it's just glass? The bin, they seem to go okay. I don't know, it's an awkward conversation because the idea of them being there is good when they're used well. They're a good thing to have, particularly while we've got somewhat limited transfer station hours. But a lot of the recycling that goes in those bins at the gate ends up being waste to landfill because it's
Quick supplementary, I've just noticed if I'm on dock, I take my rubbish away. If I was in Great Barrier Island, there was no bins, and you know, my comment there was people actually got used to it.
Yeah, and through you, Mr. Chair, I suppose that's something we've seen over the last couple of years, is we've reduced the number of public litter bins that we've got out, and we haven't seen, you know, an increase in littering or rubbish dumping. It's much the same, so it probably supports that. If it's there, people use it. If it's not there, people take their rubbish elsewhere.
We have periodically removed recycling bins from communities where we couldn't get the message through, and so, you know, from those communities, all the recycling is going to waste. But generally, they've been removed on a temporary basis until it's under control again.
I think we do have fewer of those sort of recycling bank type situations than what we used to have. So we're generally just doing the ones outside transfer stations, and there's one at Canberra Springs that still there, isn't it, at Chisholm?
Yeah.
Yeah. We do have, so where we have identified people like inappropriately dumping stuff at the transfer station, we've just got a graduated series of letters to send to them, say, hey, you might not know that, you know, this isn't good. And then beyond that, we either charge a fee for clearing it up or an infringement notice for littering as an option as well. You do wonder when you see someone who goes down there, finds the gate closed and neatly piles their rubbish up by the gate, that they're probably not doing crime of the century. They're sort of trying to do the right thing, but just didn't quite get it right. So I don't like the idea of going big stick on them for the first time. Just on the insights page, so we sort of go on with some ongoing work around our, you know, we've got closed landfills with consents. So we've had to do capping assessments on 5 of those landfills as part of our EPA monitoring that found the capping material might not be up to scratch. The capping assessments found that it's not entirely up to scratch, but not too terrible. So as part of those capping assessments, they gave sort of a schedule of the work that would be required for us to be able to then cost and build into long-term plans discussions. So that's being costed by the project team now, and we'll put that on the table as a long-term plan. Sort of this work needs to be done. What order should we do it in? How much will it cost? And there's been a positive development around. There's a fund, the Contaminated Land Remediation Fund, which used to require the regional council to make all the applications, and now territorial authorities can make applications to that fund as well, but it generally funds up to 50% of the fund, and it generally prioritises landfills that are particularly vulnerable. So we'd have to look at whether any of ours would meet that criteria, but there's potentially some funding assistance there. The likes of the Waipara closed landfill, which sort of sits not too far from the confluence of 2 different rivers, and is probably one of the ones that you might be able to secure some funding for, depending on who else had applications in at the time. We're just working in the background, and so household glass recycling, the curbside collection in Amberley is still programmed to roll out on the 1st of July. So the crates are ordered and on the way, and the comms material is at quite an advanced sort of draft stage in the background. We just want to time that correctly because we don't want to go too early, and then you know, people expecting their glass to be taken away when we haven't started yet. But I imagine sort of in May time we'll get substantive rollout of that underway, ready to start in July. Just hear your conversation earlier, and we do have a date for you, a visit to EcoSort, which was the 5th, this Tuesday, the 5th of May, so make sure that some timings and invitation get circulated around so you can make it to that. That's a cool facility, and so that's where all our co-mingled recycling goes, all the curbside, and anything else that gets dropped off to us co-mingled goes to EcoSort, and they've got the big sorting machine that puts it into a saleable product, and where all the strange objects are taken out by a team of people. So good visit, and they do a good. They're quite good at highlighting the issues and challenges with recycling there as well. So encourage you to make that visit if you can.
And did you pick up on the conversation earlier about maybe not being able to work?
I do know from the EcoSort visitors, I think they need us out of there by 3 PM or something. But I'm not sure what timings have been arranged, so I'll have a look. And I mean, perhaps Cape Valley's a separate outing on its own, because they've got heaps of stuff to show up there as well. They do quite a tour.
Could I ask Andrew, back on page 30, the graphs was like CSRs. Are we missing a line, or are they overlaid?
I think you're missing a line. They're generally closed. The waste CSRs don't tend to be long-winded open CSRs like some of our compliance investigations, because they're generally, my rubbish bag wasn't picked up and we arranged for it to be picked up, or a litter bin hasn't been emptied and we arranged for it to be emptied. So they're normally open and shut, and pretty quickly. But yeah, you're missing a line. So a 2 were, well, they may be overlaid. Then 2 were received and 2 were closed.
That's cool. And fire extinguishers, maybe my guys ripping me off. I said the annual inspection, I thought it was 6 months.
Well, either one of us isn't doing that enough.
One of us is getting ripped off. That's good.
Yeah, there's nothing else in particular I want to highlight in there. So if there's any questions.
Any further questions for Andrew?
So yeah, how our mulch, we're nearly out of it. How's it, are we looking good for more bunks of mulch going into the next 12-month period?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I'd expect it probably springtime. Yeah.
So, and that's a good earner for us also. It's good rotation, isn't it, for us?
Yeah, it's more of a rotation, so it covers its cost, but we do use some funding from the waste levy to cover some of the actual mulching costs. So it's not straight gate fee plus sales equals covers the cost, but that works out quite tidily, where there's nothing extra going into it.
And we get plenty of support for the purchase and usage of it, don't we? It seems to disappear very quickly.
Yeah, very, very popular.
Yeah.
It does come with the caveat that it is mulch from people's gardens, so we can't totally guarantee it being free with other seeds and but we've been selling it for a number of years, and people keep coming back for lifelongs of it, so it must be going okay.
I just as a general comment, I've been a huge advocate of that mulch. We've taken advantage of it every year since its inception, and just that circular idea of advising people when they're going through the questions that are always asked, what is your green waste include, what does it do, because this is why we want to produce this thing. It's priced amazingly well. I think it's a fantastic initiative. Not sure who did it or when, but yeah, we've taken advantage each year. It's fantastic, really good.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I guess it's probably worth highlighting as well is that there's occasionally calls for the likes of collecting food scraps or receiving food scraps as part of the green waste service, and if that were to be the case, that this would be one of the things that we would lose, because it would change to a sort of full-on composting arrangement that we simply don't have the facility or the consent for. So whilst we occasionally get complaints that we're too restrictive in terms of the green waste acceptance criteria, and that is part of the trade-off to being able to do the mulch. We may look in the future about whether it's a split. If you want to bring flats and lawn clippings and stuff, that's going to have to be sent to the Christchurch, so different area, different fee, might get complicated, but yeah. It's just always conscious of the fact that the mulch is really good and it's popular, but those are the limitations that it comes with.
Well, thank you very much, Andrew, for going through the report. Thanks. Thanks. We go to page 32 and ask Naomi, who's been waiting patiently, to go through customer services and libraries.
Okay, so you see our report for February is not a long one this time. February for customer services and libraries sort of falls after the big rushes over Christmas. So we have a lot happening over the Christmas, particularly in the libraries, and then in January we have catch up for everything that happened over the holidays for this customer services. So February tends to be a bit quieter, except that it is rates month. So for the 20th of the month payment, we start to get a bit busier in our actual physical sites with people still wanting to pay in person. That has reduced over the years significantly. Just looking at some figures earlier this year to sort of see where we were going with that, and particularly in our outlying libraries, some of them are down over 10 years. So we're down to about 20% of what we took 10 years ago in the actual physical. So it's a lot more happening online. Still it actually increases. The other thing that happens is the school libraries go back. So we have Amuri, Harden, Rita, Omahi, and all those ones reactivate. So thank you. One of the key things that we've just noted in the summary there was ebook use went up last month a lot. So it usually sits around that sort of 744 it was the month before, and it went up to 1,251, like nearly doubled. And you can see that in the graph at the bottom if you've got colour. The orange blob in the middle of the end is the ebooks. So I don't know why. I don't have a reason for it. I look at that and I did notice that the newspapers and magazines did go down correspondingly with that. So I'm wondering if some of our people who do our magazines have cottoned on to the fact that we've got books as well, and then they picked up some books and that may have reduced it. I just don't know. So we haven't had any particular extra promotions around ebooks, so it just seems to have happened organically. The other thing on those graphs when we look at those is down on their average emails. You'll see there's something sort of strange that happened in December where it looked like we suddenly had a whole lot less emails, which we did. We were closed for a couple of those weeks, but it was also in comparison that we often have weather events around that time. And so we often in December get our weather event, something happens and we get a lot of emails coming in. So the other emails from previous years are often highlighted. So that's what some of that big donutty bit in the middle is. You can see by February we're getting back to our normal kind. The other thing that I've sort of looked at with that is that we aren't having, or Snapsy and Solve finishes this month. We get reports from Snapsy and Solve via email. That's how Snapsy and Solve in Australia notify us. They send us emails. So of course, over the last number of months, every time someone has sent us one, we've notified them back and said, do you know about Anteno? Send it via Anteno. So our numbers of Snapsy and Solve has gone in the meantime, our Anteno ones have gone up, but we don't get them via email. They're a Datascape product. So they come straight in from the app into Datascape. So we get a service request drafted, I'm going to put it that way. They pre-populated a service request for the team to then go through, check everything and then do it. So our notifications will have gone down.
Sorry to interrupt, thanks, through the chair. I just wonder, with the Snapsy and Solve, finishing and us transferring over fully to Anteno, do we have an understanding of the number of customers who are using the new system? Because I mean, we were renowned for the Snapsy and Solvers, and I think it's important that we maintain that.
What we've found is we've actually had quite an increase in our Anteno use over the last few months, and I think that a lot of the Snapsy and Solvers are crossing over. We're seeing that. You'll see those numbers coming through in the comms report this afternoon. So the comms people are going to be capturing those numbers as part of just a general number. So we recorded as a specific number because we record it as our service requests and things within everything else. So it's sort of like, we don't want to double up all the data that's coming to you. But under the comms report, and you'll find that later on, there is actually, so comms in particular, it was about sending out messaging, because that's what Anteno gives us now, is the ability to go, there's a closure of a road, there's a this, that and the other, as also as there is then you've got the rubbish being picked up tomorrow. So that's one of the highlights for them, but it was like, if they're putting that part in there, they may as well also capture the CSRs that have come through in the other way, so you'll see those numbers starting to form in there.
Can I just clarify through the chair? I just wondered if there was a way to understand the number of SnapSend Solve users versus the number of current Anteno users, rather than the number of complaints or compliments that might be coming via those service requests.
I'll see if I can get that report for you next month. Is that
cool? It would just be interesting. And I think, there's a bit of a narrative there for us, and I'm sure we already are promoting Anteno out in the community. Yeah.
Absolutely. Comms have been really working on that for the last few months. But we can definitely look at that. It's always been an issue whenever with SnapSend Solve, the numbers of service requests versus the people who are using it. Most people are prolific. And I use that word gently because most of them are you. But I mean, you as a team, not you specifically. Our councillors are notoriously great at using SnapSend Solve, as is our staff. So even the staff, when they're out and about, instead of just writing down a thing to come back and tell someone, they'll snap it and it comes through. So our staff and our council are probably the majority of our people that are actually using these for the numbers of it. And I'm not sure how you guys are going with Anteno.
I'm not yet, I have to be honest.
I think there's going to be a massive surge in an antenna coming up.
Yeah.
Just
Just a wee question, thank you, Naomi. I've downloaded it, but I haven't used it. But so in the old SnapSend Solve system, I'd put a request and I'd get a response back to say, yeah, it's all been logged. So with Anteno, it gets logged and it goes into our network to go to, water or roading or whatever. Does the person, me doing it, do I still get a response as well?
You absolutely do, and in fact it comes in via your app. We'll show you this later, but it's through your app you'll actually get a response back in, and you'll get updates in there as well, so you'll actually have them directly through. So we try, our way has always been to try and respond to customers in the way that they approach us. So if you phone us with a question, we'll phone you back. If you email, we'll email you back, and if you Anteno us, your results go back in your app. Now, in saying that, we can also send email updates and do others depending on what kind of things are actually happening. But it's a great way to actually look back through. I mean, I've done all sorts of testing through the months, and you can go back through and see responses that have come through, where things are at, timelines, all sorts of bits and pieces. So it's quite useful.
Yeah, good idea. Thank you.
Sure, I mean, the thing that you'll find when you start using Anteno is that the proactive notifications come through. So I got one the other day telling me that Osborne Road is closed, the state of the state, it's what's going on, etc., etc., etc. So it's the ability to push messages proactively. It's not just you reporting faults. It's actually you getting information about what's happening locally close to your address. So.
Yeah, it's not about sending spam or anything. I understand that. But there's that. Sometimes we're asked about emailing out, and I understand there's privacy things around that. They should give permission. Presumably, you give permission when you download.
You make a really good point with that, and I think that's one of the real big advantages is that over the years we've had, I'll click back on again, people would come and say, I've got a really important meeting coming up, like it could even be like a public meeting for something. Can we send out that information to everyone that's got an email address within there? And the answer is no, because the privacy law, and you can only have that email was collected for a specific purpose, so you can't use it like that. Even when we've done some things in the civil defence part, it's almost dodgy. Like, it's like, is this allowable? Is this not? Is this actually permittable? When you kind of go, well, it's an emergency, we're going with it. But under Anteno, you sign up for messaging and you actually put in your addresses. So you could actually put in your home address, you could put in work address, you can put in daughter's address and somewhere else, so that you get messages around that. So exactly as CEO has just said, when there's a road closure that could affect you, you'll be notified about it. So, but that's with that address. So if there was a road closing in Cheviot, you might not need to know about that, so you wouldn't get it because that's not a link to your address. So it's very good like that. The team are sending out rubbish bag updates. So in my app, I put in every service centre, library, everything else. So I've got all sorts going on. And suddenly I was getting notifications all the time for my rubbish is going to be collected tomorrow in Cheviot, it's going to be collected tomorrow in Hanmer, it's going to be collected. And I'm like, oh, yeah, not enough now. You can opt out of that specifically. So you don't actually have to just now, I don't want to get any things. You can go on and go, I don't want those updates. I don't need to know about the rubbish for that area. So it's customizable for that. So I think once people start using it and getting the benefits of the push notifications coming through, that's where it starts to stand out on its own. Yep. So what else have we got going on in here? Compliments, of course, wonderful. There was Kerry doing his thing again with his tiny house, going out and presenting to people. They're still very, very popular. We had another 3 thank yous from people about that. I'm going to highlight 2 that actually came for the Hanmer Springs Library. So these were 2 separate ones last month that came specifically about one particular one of our staff members up here. So want to come in and just wanted to say what an amazing job this person did helping with a quite complicated printing project that they were working on, and that they couldn't have been more helpful, and it was just wonderful, which was really great to hear. And then the following week, we actually had an internal compliment, which we called it. So as Councillor Davies will know, the Hanmer Springs Community Board meet in the gallery at the back of the library. And in order to get that set up, the team have to go up, and there's tables and chairs to move around, and there's audio visual to set up and everything. And the secretary was up there, just wanted to come back and say, I just wanted to let you guys know that this person is on all the time when I'm up there, and they just make everything so easy. I don't have to get up and panic because I know they're going to help me with all this and this. So that was really lovely. So I just wanted to, because this is my area, I'll just highlight those particular compliments. Down under events and activities, you'll see in the Citizens Advice Bureau, there's been a great service that we've actually been having there. It's been, we've had citizen advice in the past, we've had it back again, we've had in the past, they try different things. The current service is happening until the end of this month, but I do understand that the Mayor and the team leader of the community services team are in negotiations, so I'm sure there'll be a further report to that coming from that team later today. What's coming up? Well, the big thing for us is planning for school holidays, so that's one of our big things that the teams work through at the moment. I don't know, I think I might have just mentioned with our new dates that the book launch is coming through next month on the 10th of April for Happy Hope's 7,000 Pies for Rosie. Now, some of you, some of us in my age group would remember back in the day, there used to be a dog that used to be at the Springfield train station that used to meet people coming through and would wait for a pie, and they used to get it every time coming through. This is what that story is based on. So the person who's illustrated is actually a local Amberley person. So that's what makes it a really nice little connection to that one. And the other thing that I just highlighted was actually particularly for Cheviot, and I can see that Councillor Daly is not actually here. But at our last meeting, we did raise that, or Councillor Daly did raise that, with the fact that Cheviot is now a slightly larger library, and we took out a wall, that maybe they could get one of the museum displays to pop up there, because we do have the smaller ones, so that Bugs one that had been around could probably fit in. So we did follow up with the museum, and they thought it was amazing. They were so excited that we were actually offering a potential other venue. So they've actually been and scoped things out, and now they'll put them on there. And as part of that, they've also gone and had a look at even our school libraries and had some, I mean, we may not be able to get everything now and do whatever, but they're all on the calendar now. That's great.
Amberley Service Centre employee shortages persist. Is that? I'm a bit surprised at a place like that.
Okay, so there's some reasoning with that one. So we had one of our staff members had shoulder surgery. They had an injury with the shoulder, and it was expected just to be a minor repair, but it actually became a very serious repair and ended up off work for quite a period of time, and it's just now back on a part-time basis, building back up to that. Our team leader is away in South Africa for a month. We've had some sickness, and also one of my young casuals. You've all met young Millie out there, she's delightful. Millie was one of our lifeguards and swim coaches, and she's been a casual for us as well. So she has time pressures between the two as to who claims her have the most need, but also she's been out working down at the transfer station and getting some permanent hours down there, which is wonderful. We think that's fantastic to actually be able to grow as a young person into a role that we can keep her at. But it has put pressure on the team.
It's not that the team's short, it's just
No.
the team's doing it.
It's one of those real tricky ones of like, how many casuals should you have that you need to be able to give them enough work to keep them staying on your books and being a casual, to stop them going off and looking somewhere else, to having too many, and the cost of holding it, that complicated balancing act. But
No, I appreciate that. Do we have any further questions for Naomi? Usually someone asks what the Death Cafe is, but
I think everyone knows what the cafe is. Anybody, it's not like that.
No. Thank you very much.
Thanks, everyone. Thank you.
Perhaps 35, Stan to take us through the amenities report.
Yes, amenities, you're looking back to February. I guess the thing that stood out the most was the amount of grass growth we had. Like I said, it's, my time here is definitely the most rapid I've seen this time of year. Usually, the likes of Cheviot stuff brown, they're green, and that's caused us a lot of issues and still is. We're trying our best to keep up with it, but obviously probably not. We've got more mowers on the network than we've ever had. Just trying to keep on top of it, but we normally have a 7-8 day rotation, but things are sort of getting out of spec in about 4 or 5, so you do that all around the district. It's just so we're working on it, but it's hopefully if it's better weather and not much rain, will slow down a week, which would be good so we catch our breath. In terms of the key metrics, interesting for reactive work, we only had one completed task. Generally for reactive, it's about 15% of the workload. For the task that was completed was actually a huge amount of work, and that was the sculpture walk in Hampton Springs. So after the Labor Day wind, a heap of trees went down there. So the team been working really, really busy and did a great job to get that open. So there's some photos on page 37 showing that, but once again, it's such an asset for the district. So it's absolutely brilliant to get that open, and our visitors can go and enjoy it. So it was a great work from the team to get that done. In terms of the other metrics, pretty much business as usual. Good number of routine ones, jobs done. CSRs are sort of at the summer peak as expected, so we're trying to close as many of them as we can. But that's all being well managed. If we go over to the next page, page 36. We've got a few graphs of the audits I'm taking. Once again, it's always planned.
Just before we go to the page, don't elaborate too much, but I understood mowing audits is an area that we're having a look at.
Correct. Thank you. There's been a larger increase in the past couple of weeks, which is good. So getting out and about. In terms of challenges and risks, I sort of highlighted weather, so hopefully it's a bit more stable. I said it's been a bit of Indian summer this month, which is nice, so long may it continue. And resourcing always this time of year, it's obviously with the lots of vegetation growth and a massive reserve portfolio to maintain. The guys are busy and out and about, but they're managing well. Upcoming works, time of year, so you start to do a lot of tree work, so hedge trimming, pruning, etc. We've got a new playground or replacement playground equipment and marketplace to install, so that'd be fantastic. That playground's we've dated for small equipment, so it'd be great to get that refurb. The next couple of pages just use some of the photos of what the team's been up to, and like I said, look really good. And you can see the new playground equipment in Chisholm there as well, which was installed last month, so it's great to get that in place. Have any questions about the amenities report?
Perhaps just an update with the playground and
fantastic. So late last week, we just appointed a contractor to undertake the groundworks. So they should start in the next couple of weeks.
which is great, and we've also ordered all the equipment, so some of the equipment's got different lead times, some of it's sitting there in Christchurch, ready to go, and others is sort of up to 6 weeks, but we sort of anticipate the groundwork to take around that amount of time anyway, so we've gone through the budgets and can make it work. Sourcing playground equipment from different suppliers has paid off. Bit from you, bit from you, bit from use actually saved us a good amount of cash. So some smart procurement is meant that we can work with our budgets, which is fantastic. So yeah, we'll put that in the next report. We'll start updating on that monthly as well. So
So do we have any questions on the before we move on?
Maybe just going back to the lawn mowing, I think it was 7 didn't pass that order, you know, because you're right, it has been a topic right across the district that's sort of come through. Do we withhold payment or we just expect them to put in an extra mow? You know, how do we manage if they don't meet that audit specification?
yeah, so in the contract, there's a performance framework which has got 4 different KPIs. So there's one for health and safety, one for customer service, which is pretty much the number of complaints, one for reporting, and then the biggest one's around delivery, and that's based on the audit scores. There's different bandings in terms of each band they sit in what we can do. So if they're really low down, we can pretty much look to recover costs. At the moment, they're still sitting in that top band, so we haven't looked at recovering costs for inspections or anything like that. So generally, it's just a highlight this needs improvement, and then they just have to program and get there. So we're not taking any money off them because they're not, you know, overall they're still sitting pretty good.
Thank you.
Yeah, excellent. Excellent. Yeah, program capital. Yeah, February was a busy month, and yeah, quite a few projects were completed. Managed to complete the Bundown Beach Road pipeline, so yeah, good few months worth of work there. So it was pleasing to get that done and get them off the road. Also, with the road rehab happening at the same time, it was good that both those projects were finished, one than the other, so that worked out really well. Yeah, a few reservoirs were still around the district are progressing. The one at Waikari Line Works has got a roof on it now. Took a while. I don't know where the contractor put it, but we managed to find it and get that up. One had a bit of water in there to start with. That's right, we managed to get rid of that. And then the 2 up on the hill and sea down here, the roof's also installed there. So making really good progress. And then those ones will go on through to connections commissioning, which is really pleasing. In terms of monthly spend, yeah, that'll start ramping up quite rapidly soon. There's a lot of works, particularly roading stuff around the rehab projects and the resurfacing, which haven't been claimed yet. So work's starting, but we're just waiting for those costs to come through. So that will bump those monthly spends up, as well as yeah, a lot of other committed work which are ongoing at the moment.
And I was just going to ask around that because up to February, by my maths, we're about 4.5 million less, and just looking at the comparisons. Yeah, you'll explain. There's obviously some big ones to come in, but are we past the hump of a lot of the particular water work we did? Will our annual spend this time be up with what it was the year before, or have we pretty well got things done?
It'll be a bit less, but not major, maybe a million less. A lot of reasons for that. So Mocknell Beach is a great example where the prices we received were so much cheaper. And the work was for the pipeline from A to B. Nothing extra. So we just pocket those savings. We obviously talked about the district-wide stuff where we did different things last month, which we're implementing. But yeah, this year around the forecast about $1 million less than that.
So our program is still basically on track. It's just that saving a few dollars.
Exactly. Yeah.
Thank you.
I just got a wee question in regard to the Hard Waikari pipe renewal project, and I just noticed, you know, as they progress, they've got, we're going to call them standpipes, or you know, the yay about this high out of the ground. I'm just concerned that once the grass gets rank and you know doesn't grow, you know, is there a likelihood that they might get, you know, taken off them by or whatever at some point down the track, or is that?
I just think they haven't installed them yet. They're still sitting there.
Oh, there's one not far from us, you know, that's,
Oh, an ear valve maybe.
yeah, it's sitting about this high above the ground. So it's-
Okay,
yeah, and so-
no, we need to put a manhole around it.
Right, so it'll be quite visible. I guess what I'm thinking, it's okay now because all the grass is, you know, there's no grass around it, but in a couple of years' time, when we've all forgotten where they are, they're gonna be just in the long rank grass.
Yeah, there's
Is it-
also edge marker posts, which highlight where they are.
Right.
So hopefully our mower will see it and
Yeah.
doesn't end up using new blades.
I guess that's what I was thinking about, you know, is it a problem? Because they're standing about yay high, which will just be, you know, in a couple of years' time, won't be seen by anybody until they hit it.
Are these rodding cords?
Ear valves.
Yeah, the ear
Oh,
valves.
ear valves, okay. I would just, yeah, but that's fine.
I'll get a cap on it. It's not a rat's.
Well, I think they're blocked already, but it's just that, I was just concerned about long term, that's all. Thank you.
Excellent. In terms of upcoming activities and plans, I guess we're at the time of year where we're carrying off a lot of construction. I guess the water mains, we've got the Heart and Waikaria, which is progressing on really well. Just started work in Amberley on Church Street. Just finishing water mains in Culverden at the moment as we speak. Also got some sewer mains, so Princess Street and Waikari finished last week. The roading rehab's gone behind that, so they're out there digging the road up now. And the works in Cheviot, probably the most tricky bit of planning that job was going across that high one. Just the approvals were a bit slow with that, but that's now been done and sealed up, which is really good. So now they're cracking on down Reeve Street. So yeah, a lot of work happening, but everything's sort of going as programmed at the moment. And like I said, hopefully we get more of the sun and can have a good autumn. The rest of the report, we've just got a few photos of a couple of the jobs and also got the appendix showing the capital program. I wasn't planning on running through that, but welcome any questions on any of those projects or anything in the report.
Yeah, just Dan, the photo there, top right, is that was Koa New Boar, is that the one, what they call acoustic terrace or whatever, yeah, down the bottom there, and I touched on it with Alex this morning, but have we got tests or anything yet, or we still got an iron problem with that, or is it running better than the other ones, or?
Well, we received a report on the iron late last night, so I haven't read any great details, we'll probably, we'll go through that. It's how all the different water sources around here blend together. So we've managed to do some sampling. This is for the softening plant. It's just how those properties all match up and what we're going to do to get rid of the iron. So once we've already got a report last night, so I haven't had time to digest it.
That's fine. Any further questions before we move on to the capital program? Or is there anything else?
Just a comment, Mr. Chair, I was reminded looking at the Waikaria Alignment Road pump station reservoir about our reliance on landowners to make land available at no charge to support our rural water centres and how important that is. And I guess in this particular case, the landowner was absolutely cooperative. Offered up that part of their property. There's no drama, there's no charge, it's for the good of everybody. And, just how, those landowners are prepared to work in and make stuff work.
Yeah, so that's just provided information only, but yeah, welcome any questions on any of those projects. Any of them spring into mind.
Through the chair, if I may. I noticed we're putting an awful lot into the water capital expenditure cost-wise. This has all been pushed through pre-Waco. Would that be fair comment? That's a comment. And that will, through the chair, and that will reflect in our data a bit later on, I would imagine.
Yes, so this here is all obviously based on the long-term plan we just put together 3 years ago. These numbers and projects put together. So,
thank you.
I see Greater Valley there, the Hurricane number one. What is that around 5 brigade? What's that?
Is it Phillip Point?
Phillip Point, yeah.
Yeah, so they're
Yeah, they're an interesting one. So Tomato RI brought out a rule that you're not allowed to fill up straight from hydrants anymore. Contamination risk, yeah, it's a surprise to few. Anyway, so we've been going around the district putting these water filling stations in. So
Is that going back to the old hockey sticks? You know,
Sort
up
of.
and overs that used to be around the place.
No, not really. So, yeah, back in the day, they just hook into the hydrant and nab our water and not tell us. Anyway, so now what you do is you come into the front office, get a card, and we'll charge you for the luxury of taking it. So, so down at Kowai, we're down at the chip. If you're really bored, you go for a drive down there and you'll see one of these nice little kiosks. And if you want to buy some water, come and see us. It's
Right.
So we are putting them around the district. That's the purpose of it.
So there's no feedback through all our hydrants and that fibre they do use.
All hydrants are fine for the fibre gate. This is for more for a contractor or private development.
Yes, but from the fibre gate ones, how are they isolated from risk of our water?
They're not part of it. We can't go there and back. This is more for private development.
Okay.
Just on that, those filler stations, because they are at considerable cost, just looking at that, is there a payback time on that? I mean, as a obligation to do it, or, you know, what you charge, are we expected to?
I guess it's one of those ones, if we don't build it, we know what's going to happen. There's people who are just going to continue to take the water. No contractor is going to drive, you know, from Greta or, you know, back to Amberley to get water to do their road. That's, I think in a lot of places we've sort of put them in so people would use them. The likes of Amberley, Hamner, we'll get payback on them, but the others, probably not. It wouldn't be a commercial decision.
So we still don't know necessarily who's just getting around with the key and bar and using the hydrants. We still
wouldn't have our suspicions. Contractors love potting each other. So no, we do get reports, and they can be fined.
And just going back to the point before do we still have a risk of back contamination or whatever at all from doing that?
Not from using the systems, no.
Great, thank you, Chair. Through to you, if I could just ask for some clarification on page 44 down to Emily Domain. So the heading Emily Domain and then the reference just beside Eastern Development, I'm just a little bit confused. So this says 235 here budgeted from development contributions for Emily Domain, but I can't sort of see the connection between the two. So can I just? Yeah, thank you.
So that one there is the Village Green. The name's changed. So once again, this was done as part of the LGP.
Gotcha.
So 90% of that funding's from development contributions for the new housing built here. And 10% is amenity payment. 10% is amenity funded.
No, that's it's just the combination of the two, the Emily Domain and the Eastern. Thank you.
No, fair enough.
Yes, thanks very much.
John.
Yeah, just very quickly, on page 41, you've got about Hammer Springs water, this is the additional water storage is delayed due to land availability. I wonder if you could give some more details of that, and I wondered also, supplementary to that, what water modelling data do you have that indicates the level of water available and what level of water needed in Hanmer and also in our villages as well?
So all our townships have got water models. So every time someone comes in and says, I want to buy X amount of units, we get the models to check that and make sure we've actually got enough water supply. Also use that with future growth in there to figure out what infrastructure we need in the future. In terms of the specific land for this one, do you want to touch on this one? This beside the treatment plant.
So
Hammer Springs treatment plant.
Yeah, so we're looking at a reservoir in close proximity to the Hammer Springs treatment plant. There is land there that we own, but we've subdivided that off with a purpose to providing workers' accommodation. That potentially may or may not come to fruition. That's the trade-off that we're looking at there, a piece of land that we own. that was potentially going to provide worker accommodation versus a reservoir.
So that's supplementary or further clarifications. That is as opposed to having the reservoir up on Conical Hill.
There's still requirement for reservoir up on Conical Hill to improve the pressure at higher up on hills there. So there's
So
still
this is an additional reservoir down by the wood treatment.
So improving resilience to the town by having a reservoir with treated water in it, or an additional reservoir that will still feed up to the tanks at the top of Thomas Henry Drive and the other tank up on Conical Hill.
Yes,
but not very high up, and then the idea of another tank further up Conical Hill to provide the pressure, additional pressure.
And is that still on plan in with our long-term plan for completion by 2030?
Yep, it is.
And of course, that will transfer to the new CCO and they will adhere to our current plans.
Well, they have to provide a water service strategy, which is like our long-term plan, and so our long-term plans get renewed every 3 years. Sometimes projects get reprioritised in that long-term planning process. So if you're looking for a cast iron guarantee, there isn't one, but that's the plan.
So further supplementary as a result of what you've told us, are we, be very careful here, are we abandoning the workers' accommodation that was thought about?
No, that's what the hold up is here. We need to figure out whether that is a likely reality or whether we say, okay, that's looking further away now. We've held on to that site for a while. Maybe we'll use that site for the reservoir.
Thank you.
Yeah, could I just ask, Quenmore South, is there any of the demolition, is there any update on?
You should be a council report on this time. Yeah,
Yep.
fine. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Any further questions for Dan? No, I think what we'll do is stop for lunch, if you don't mind, Joe. And we'll come back at 1 o'clock. We'll go through our final report, community partnerships and Hamish Raceson from planning performance measures. We'll finish by 2 o'clock for our workshop.
Chair, can I just register the early departure of Councillor Fiona Harris?
Welcome back. I think you've put your attention to page 46. I'm going to ask you to go through
So just to give you an update, just really intentional, this is a February update. Feels like there's a lot that's happened in our space since then, so I'm very intentionally focusing on February. There have been some updates along the way since, which we could possibly come up with any question at the end. But I just wanted to bring your attention to 8 points on the report that we've put forward here. The first is just, I popped on your tables earlier, a wee age-friendly leaflet. This has been updated recently. It was developed by Vanessa, who leads the age-friendly space, as something that a tool that she could use when visiting groups, when she's talking to the groups about what that space looks like, the survey that was carried out in 2024, the subsequent action plan, and the steering group relating to that. There were often requests for more information. So that was developed purely as a sort of prompt tool to be able to give out on the spot with any key stakeholders around that. There will be a full update at the May Strategy and Community Strategy and Policy Committee meeting on that age-friendly action plan. I won't talk to any of that now. Then moving on, we are keeping a close eye on the changes to the driver licensing space. I mentioned this at the last update, but just to give the context for us is the details have not yet been confirmed on the practical course aspect of that. And as we're approaching various funding cycles, looking across our team to where there might be avenues for support, we're just really keeping a close eye, or Emma in our road safety space, as to what's emerging there, so that when we are putting in bids for external funding in particular, that we've got a lens over that. In terms of our community, there has a perception changes to that licensing may provide a bit of a challenge to our drivers with lower confidence or English as a second language. So it's potentially for some of our community that accessing their licence may take longer. It may not, but just something again we're aware of. The aspect of logging hours with a accredited provider, this could have an impact on our community mentoring program. So again, Emma's just keeping an eye on that and what that looks like and whether that will benefit us. And then finally, the transition from getting a full licence without having any pre-existing demerit points. This can cause a bit of a challenge for particularly some of our young people that are entering employment pathways, if there's a delay in them getting their licence because of historical situations that they may have found themselves in with their learner licence. So that there's some really advantageous steps in the change into the licensing, but there's also some considerations for parts of our community with that as well. And further down on page 46, in the youth development space this year, beginning of February, we had our inaugural youth council meeting, lots of energy for the various different positions that sit with that, chair, deputy chair, and the committee groups. So we've got a really engaged group of youth councillors this year, which is really exciting to see where that will go. They also, a number of them attended a Youth Voice Canterbury conference in Christchurch a week after that. Interestingly, one of the topics was how to write a submission, which they then 2 days later ended up doing for road safety. So really good connections with other youth councillors in different parts of Christchurch and building those foundation blocks for training for those young people. Moving over the page 47, at the top there, February and March are typically peak times for MTFJ for referrals, and this year is no different. We've currently got 30 young people actively job seeking. In February, 9 new referrals from MSD and 4 that are NEET, not in education, employment and training. We are receiving a really good number of referrals from MSD, but many are quite complex. The labour market is different this year, so we are noticing how much harder it is to access those jobs. So any support and advocacy around your communities that
maybe open to supporting our young people into employment would be most welcomed. But despite this, MTFJ Purinui is performing really, really well. We're currently sitting high up on the leaderboard, for want of a better word, across the country for our contract and how many young people have successfully been placed in employment. So we've already met the target for this year, and that comes down to really solid, strong input from Anna, our coordinator, working in close partnership with yourselves, with Madam Murray, Mia, with MSD, with local businesses in our community. And from that, we've actually recently been awarded some further funding to support some more young people into employment. So although it remains really strong, we are just really conscious of the current market out there, labour-wise. And moving through to community safety, just noted there our team supporting the Road Safety Committee and the Youth Council to put in a submission around the speed, and there's a newspaper article in there just to reference that. And through our stakeholder HUIs, so Together Hurunui stakeholder HUIs that carried out across the district, triangulating that data with what we hear from our food banks when people are accessing food parcels and our schools, we are seeing more needs, an increase in calls around family harm, family violence. And what's sobering with that is Aviva recently talked about the number of referrals, direct referrals they're receiving from Purinui residents. What that looks like on the ground for us is a pressure that our schools see in terms of more young people potentially coming through carrying trauma, disruption in their life, and then also the availability of services to support them. So those stakeholder HUIs are uncovering a lot of that information, but also are strengthening the connections that are within our communities to be able to access some of those services and support. Moving over to page 48, to reference there the communications team. So they're actively looking at social media in particular, but all stories across the medias, different media formats, to see where we're connecting, what content is generating interest and response through community, to get a bit of a picture about where the types of content that's landing well within community and where we can leverage. I was going to talk to Inteno, but I heard earlier that Naomi in her update gave an overview of that space. The only thing I would add on what Naomi shared earlier is around the installs, a question around installs. So there were 20 application installs during February, bringing the net total since its inception to 195. My understanding is with Snaps and Solve, we had the number of requests coming through, but we didn't actually know the number of users because it was externally held, whereas we had the ability within the new system and within Datascape to be able to drill down much more into that data. And the comms team are doing some public promotion at the end of this month around that particular app to keep increasing the awareness around that. And then the final thing I wanted to just mention was around the impact stories. I've talked to MTFJ in there, but I did want to just stress that it is localism in action that really does support this program and why it's so successful within the Hurunui and the support that our community and businesses and partners provide in that space. The second impact story there we touched on in the last update, that the variable speed sign installation that happened at the beginning of term around different school locations, again just stressing the collaboration within our teams, within the schools, roading, to enable a seamless and quick rollout of that particular piece of work. That is all I wanted to talk to in this report. There is much more that's been happening in March, which I'll leave in anticipation for the next update, but any questions, happy to answer.
Yeah. Page 48. I'm sure it's an absolute oversight. second last bullet point. Acknowledging the season's positive impact of the sheep and beef economy. There is a dairy industry in the Murray. And I've just forwarded you on positive results of Fonterra, so
Through the chair, absolute oversight on my part and agree, yes, it was meant to be next year.
Any further questions for Joe? Well,
Thank you, I'm through the chair, thanks for your report, Joe. Just page 48, I'm just looking at the Food in Schools initiative, which, you know, we've been running for a wee while now, supported by its main power, isn't it? Yeah, I just wonder, is it possible, or maybe you can just come back to us if it's not possible, to do a comparison of how that's looking from last year to this year? That would be really interesting just to see, you know, in each part of our community, how things are tracking, potentially, if that's possible.
So through the chair, absolutely. What we're looking at doing for reporting from now on is do sort of year-to-date comparison to previous year. The Food in Schools is relatively new, but we've increased the uptake of schools that are on board this year. So now 14 educational establishments within Haranui are now involved in that initiative. But going back to your question about the comparison, we can start to provide that because we are actively collecting that data so that we can compare.
Yeah, that would be interesting. And just, I suppose, as a matter of interest, you know, there is a height there in Amberley, which we would expect with population. Although, no, that's just interesting to note. Thanks.
Thank you. Through the chair, thank you, Joe. In relation to the community safety bullet point, which is on my page, page 47, secondly, sub-point D, parts of the district seeing a reduction in family harm, whereas other areas are increasing. Can you give us an indication as to what the areas of increase are? Is it the rural areas, or is it the more urbanised areas like Amberley Township, or what is it that we're actually seeing?
So through the chair, from the data that we receive, so with the stakeholder who is slight decrease in the northeast of the community in Cheviot, but a growing an increase, apologies, in Amberley, Waikari Harden area. But in terms of our food bank intel that we gather, it's sort of across the board. We're trying to understand that a bit better if that does completely triangulate. But there's, through the chair, with this particular, it's very sensitive kind of topic, and that data is what we hear anecdotally, what we've heard from Aviva, what we hear from police. So it is change, it is interpretive, but with the year and a half ago, I believe it was, we lost our police officer Rebecca, who worked specifically in Haranui in that space. We were expecting there to be sort of a flow on what we might see. So we're just kind of through Natalie, she sits within the family harm space, connected with YMAP, just seeing what patterns there are. Intel kind of emerges all the time. Those conversations that are happening more often with police and with schools, that's where we're starting to hear more of the on the ground intel.
So that's at least half of the question I had was around the metrics and that we have. I never had deep to go, but we know about cost of living problems. And now we're going to have increased, obviously, with all of us on fuel and increased costs and everything else. That brings more stress, and just personally, I notice the business and things. There's almost a COVID-y feel for people that are sitting down, sitting tight, seeing what happens. Will our metrics sort of follow that, will tell us what happened, how we're tracking the next sort of month or so?
Through the chair, it's a good question. I think there's so many interconnected parts to play with this particular issue and with cost of food and all the pressures that are on households. Possibly not, our data might not show that, as I say, it's very anecdotal, but we build a picture and then we look at how do we, other schools, other services are aware, what supports are available, and strengthening the kind of grassroots response to a wider impact business in our community.
Chair, Joe. That worries me. Violence in the community out of hand in these issues we were referring to women to people. Is there anything in our format going forward that we can reach out to, I know it's a tricky area, to try and offer a channel of support, not necessarily to the woman, but to the children? Is there anything we've got considered for that? Is that out of our scope?
So through the chair, I think, our scope is quite limited in terms of, we more recently hearing some of this intel. I think certainly connecting schools who often see the impacts, particularly children and young people behaviour in school, to services, community wellbeing are really aware and really supportive. They come, so it's about kind of connecting. Our role a lot in this space is about just advocating and connecting.
I mean, I think it's really important that we understand where our circle of influence is in this space, and the information that's gathered through the stakeholder hui is anecdotal evidence. We don't have hard data, and it's not our role is to actually use our influence to support the specialised programs that need to come into our community. We have been, that's really how Together Haranui actually developed in the first place back in 2012. Because there was a lot of services to provide, some of the specialty services that you're speaking about as NGO that actually were contracted to deliver in our communities, but actually were not visible or actively working when we knew the need was there. So this has heightened our awareness, but actually heightened our exposure to knowing that we've still got more gaps to fill. So I think it's really important that we accept this information without the hard data to say there are X amount of whatevers. But I think we talked about Aviva. I went to their opening a couple of weeks ago speaking with one of their staff. They told me that they're working actively with 30 families in our community as of 3 weeks ago. So, I think it's important that we support them as best we can to do the specialty work that they're providing and the other allied services that they can provide around working with men to stop violence, working with women to stop violence, working with children that have been exposed, and Wellbeing North Canterbury as well to provide those other, they're probably our anchor support services in the myriad of exposure that we have as a community. And so it's kind of knowing where our circle of influence should be, and that is about advocacy as opposed to doing the hard marking that is actually associated with those sort of family situations.
So I just want to go back and reinforce a point that Joe made earlier on in the presentation. It's about MTFJ, and we talk about the quantity of results we've achieved and the number of people. But the absolute best part of that program is the quality of the results that we're achieving, Joe, with the team there. And we that sit in the office get to hear each day, some of the interactions with the young people, and people can turn out the numbers, but it's how you turn them out that's important. And the team's doing a fantastic job on this and just turning out great quality outcomes. So that's really important.
Through the chair, to build on that. It isn't about, it's never been about numbers for us. I think it has been about those meaningful outcomes and those connections that our community and our young people, where they, the touch points. The numbers is obviously nice.
Does anybody have any further questions for Joe? Now, ask Terry to. We go to page. Which is that.
Sure, okay, everyone, I'm Terry from planning. Just looking at the report in summary, we've had 8 land use consents over the last month, and the 1 subdivision consent we granted up in Allen Road. Really short report, really. Upcoming activities that we've got at the moment, we've got Mount Cass that's on the go. We're receiving 2 weekly reports on ongoing activities there. The Far North Solar Farm, the hearing's coming up in between the 12th and 15th of May. Some of the challenges we've been facing is around, we've received a few queries on the detached minor residential units, the DMRUs. And we've got ongoing queries with those that are going, and we've done 2 PIMs in the Lowry Range and the Glasnevin Rural Zone. And that's kind of the report for planning at the moment.
Just expand on the detached, what do you call it?
Detached minor residential unit is the granny flats. Is the planning parlance for granny flats. Yeah, building calls them small standalone dwelling units, commonly known as SADs.
It's unfortunate.
Yeah.
So we've taken this up and
We
and
definitely
looking
do.
at that now.
We definitely do.
Yeah, but there's still no answer with the city over that, with the tiny house, small house, all that sort of side of it's still an issue for us.
It's a different gig, the vehicles.
Yeah.
These products.
Yeah, through the chair, that's very much it. One is a vehicle and one is a.
Yeah, it's still that grey.
I have to say what has, to make a comment, is there are 2 streams with this. There's the building component and the building process to be followed, and then there's the planning process that needs to be followed, and some folk in their queries have got the 2 confused. They're still 2 separate pathways that need to be complied with. Just because they meet the building requirements doesn't mean to say they don't meet the planning requirements, and they still need to meet those planning requirements. And that's taken some clarification for some folk.
Chris.
Thank you. Through the chair, it brings up an interesting question. Could you outline the planning requirements that would be required for one of these, that would, so that when our constituents talk to us on the street or at the petrol station, we've got a rough idea of what the borderlines are?
Through the chair, it's, I guess the easy answer would be I'll send you a copy of the NES with a summary on it. The more grey answer would be, well, no, it's not a grey answer, it's a clear answer. 75 square meters. Depends on the rural zone, it's got to be 50% site coverage, and it's got to be within 2 meters of the boundary and 4 meters of front boundary. That's kind of the block that meets it as a detached minor residential unit under the planning rules. If they don't do that, then they become a second dwelling on site, and that triggers an entirely separate set of rules that are required. Yeah.
Right, so that's 75.
One last question.
The original house.
Correct.
Right.
Yeah.
So could you explain the percentage ratio on the soil? So in a rural environment, just say if we were doing one on my farm,
yeah,
a secondary unit, I mean, my front lawn's 2.5 acres. So what am I going to, could you explain to me the coverance note that you mentioned, just so I have clarity in mind?
Through the chair, so how you're looking in the rural zone, so there is a 75 square meter maximum size that it can be. So in the rural zone, you can only go up to 75 square meters for the second one. Where that is, where it comes into the 50% site coverage is in the residential area, where you might have smaller lots of maybe 200 square meters, and you've got a main site, your main dwelling is already at, let's say, 190. you're already over that 50% coverage of the site, therefore you can't have a secondary dwelling on the site.
That's okay, so it triggers
That
out,
makes
it
sense.
triggers that.
Yes.
that, Gotcha, thank you very much.
And that coverage includes sheds.
Yeah, so through the chair, just to clarify, that's a very good point, thank you, is that the site coverage includes sheds, includes garages, and includes dwellings. So you might have a separate garage on the site and a dwelling and a shed. Those all get calculated as part of the coverage.
2 carports.
Yes.
As well.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Any further questions for Terry? Very well done, Terry.
Thank you.
And with that, Hamish has been waiting patiently for page 51 of the monthly report.
Oh, mission, Terry, let's get out of here.
Oh, really? Don't pass a pet mark again. So if we could have a vote of a second, we accept those reports. Mari.
I'll second that we receive the information.
How do I meant to do that?
Aye.
Sorry.
Thank you. Sorry, I apologise. Sorry, Mr. Chair.
Sorry.
I see you councillors have eagerly shuffled forwards in your seats because you've been waiting all day. The main act, so
It's a headline act.
away we go. We do have one red box for February, and once again, it is the recycling to waste ratio. 29%, we're still not hitting at 31%. We've struggled to hit it all year, and we continue to struggle. Everything else for the month was green and is okay. Happy for any questions. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Just with that ongoing, I don't want to call it a failure, but not reaching the 31% target for recycling. So is that one a national target, or is that a self-set target? And will we, if it's self-set, will we adjust that target next year, or will we look at some measures to increase recycling ratio?
The target is specific to us, but it does conform to some national standards about how you do these things. The issue that I personally have with resetting targets to make them achievable is, why the hell would you have them in the first place? Targets should actually just make you try a bit harder. We want to increase the amount of material going to recycling and conversely decrease the amount going to waste. So it makes sense that we continue to target. It stretches us to do that. So I wouldn't be advocating for a change to the target. I'd be advocating that we work harder to achieve the target.
So through the chair, do we have any plans as to what methodology we might use to increase that ratio?
So we're a receiver of waste and a receiver of recycling. Our influence is through our communication with the community, through things like the education work that we do and those sorts of things. So it takes quite a long time to change people's behaviour, but for example, you know, moving to bottle collection, glass collection, may have an impact on us collecting more, because people will be less inclined to just biff them away, given that it'd be a dedicated glass collection service, for example. So there are things that will have an impact, but the biggest factor of all is education and understanding. That's the biggest factor of all.
Through the chair. So given that we are, in the near future moving to that glass collection, does that suggest that then we should potentially, because we're, I understand what you're saying about we should reduce our targets. So because we assume that glass collection will increase our ratio, should we be then increasing our target?
I think that we need to look at the impact of glass collection and we shouldn't just automatically give ourselves a pat on the back, patting green next year. We need to make sure that we understand the reasons for that, before we increase the target again.
Can I speak through you? I'm sorry. Can I speak
No,
through
you're fine. I've actually allocated half an hour for questions for Hamish.
Should you not be Chris?
Recently, and I speak through the chair, recently speaking with Ellie and people, Andrew, at recycling waste, because that's on my the education system that we're using is approaching children in year 1 through to, I'm sure you're aware of it in schools. Yes, as well. The idea with the roadside collection, or whatever you want to call it, the collection with clean recycling will potentially lift us up there, and also it has a better return for us with clean recycling at the other end with where we send the glass. So we're kind of got to teach our people to clean it, wash it, take the lids off, reduce it and reduce the contamination, and then we can flip out of that red into a green, but also it will create a better revenue for the council as well. So it's really important that we tell our people to start, do it properly, take the lids off, give it a bit of a rinse out, just takes 30 seconds if that, but also with the roadside, pick up in the urban environment. Hopefully the tonnage weight of clean waste will increase. And if that does, the numbers that you're talking to hopefully will happen. And most importantly, our revenue out of our sale of glass, which goes into some pretty interesting environments. A lot of the roads we drive on, things like that, is where it's ending up, will help. I suppose as we go into challenging years ahead, we have to look at every element, and that's why I spent the time with the waste guys to understand what's coming. So that this is really important. One of our, and that's where the mulch is another item that we've already talked about today. Glasses definitely needs improvement. Tin and steel, that's a whole different discussion, which we probably could do at another time. But I think for us to stick at 31 in the short term is probably a wise move. We don't want to be too hard on ourselves in the first 12 months. But I agree with where you're heading.
Yeah, thanks. Through the chair, interesting that Chris mentioned, the waste education program, because I think we have a very, very positive and useful waste education program running across the Hiranui, and in my other job, I've been facilitated for that to be in the schools. It'd be interesting what the team's thoughts are moving forward, and this is a rhetorical question given the increased pressures and the increasing pressure on schools with curriculum, given that we have new draft curriculums that if they are passed through into their final version, then there may well not be space in the curriculum for waste education, and so that education will need to move to another space in the community, potentially adults. I think that's something for the team to have in mind.
Through the chair. Well, it's a good lead point actually. Where would you think would be a good place for us to focus, or assist Big Andrew and Sally to focus on with that?
Through the chair, look, I don't have the expertise in that area. I would suggest that probably our team, our waste management team, probably know exactly where they need to go, and it wouldn't be my place to direct them. But yeah, I mean there have been a number of waste education facilitated sessions in the adult areas of our community, and I think that it will just be a matter of pivoting it from, if what I'm predicting is happening in our schools has an impact, and I do truly honestly believe it will, then it'll just be about pivoting it to another age group or another pathway.
Yeah, I think that's part of the answer. I still think that if we can get youth to understand what the issue is and get it right, then we'll build it in for life. So I'd be loath to see us walk away from youth altogether. So my view would be that if we can't do it in the schools, then we have to somehow try and do it outside the schools. And yes, it's important to educate adults as well, but But, you know, today's children are concerning the future, who will be the waste generators of the future. And get them to understand the issues. Then we're building a solid platform.
Chris?
Do we actually have an understanding of how much recyclable material is actually coming through in waste?
We have done audits previously, don't think we've done one for a long time, but we have done audits previously, looking at our waste stream in different ways. So I can't give you a definitive answer, but we have looked at that amongst other issues. I mean, we looked at food waste at one stage and said how much actual food is being wasted. You know, not just tops of the carrots, but actual food that people buy and then throw out because they didn't get around to eating it. So yeah, we probably have some idea, but I don't think we've done a survey for quite some time.
Yeah, supplementary, possibly to clarify more, you know, when we're talking about glass at recycling and trying to get those figures up, I mean, if they're not actually coming through in the waste, then we're not actually going to be able to get those figures up by education or whatever other means. And as you say, like if these figures or percentages are in line with national guidelines, and being a relatively large rural community, where especially a lot of things that can be burnt are burnt side, they're not being recycled because it's a cheap option for a lot of people to get rid of them that way.
Yep.
Okay. Happy with the report?
Yeah.
Okay, we have a mover and a seconder. All in favour?
Aye.
No, I think we had that was on top. Right. So now we're on to our last item, page 54, our action sheet. Question put to me on the first item, that the 2 paddocks have been removed and one is on the work plan for the future. But it was, is the landowner doing that or are we doing that? Landowner's doing that, call that out, is that one? So, do we leave that one on, if it's not quite finished or? Not quite finished. Okay. Second item, the further street footpath repair, that one is, that still stands, doesn't it?
Yep.
Until the, and then the dog one, well, we've traversed that one quite a bit this morning, but once again, that one's a.
Yeah, I mean, it's ongoing work area.
And once again, you know, we wait and see what comes down from above as well, I suppose.
Yeah, but I guess educating people just needs to be ongoing no matter what comes from above. This is actually about, you know, dog attacks and people's behaviour, not necessarily the dog attack situation, but people's behaviour around dogs. So do we leave that there at this stage until we see videos and things come through, or we let it ride another month, see what we're up to with the videos and things? Okay. Well, if we could have a mover and a seconder to accept that, please, Brett. Chris. All those in favour? That's carried. So with that, we've got no urgent business. And declare the meeting closed with our next meeting being 21st of April.
And maybe online.
Yeah. Okay, thank you very much. I've got 18 minutes to stretch and relax before the workshop. Yeah.